Ladies and gentlemen, starting with members of council, if we could come to order and take our seats, that would be great, because we've got lots to do this afternoon. No, I'm good. I'm just going to...
What are we talking about? Oh, yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to stand in a moment. I wanted to just convey, because we're in a public meeting here, and I just addressed it with the media, just some sad news, which is that a member of our city staff, Curtis Smith, who was involved in an unfortunate incident involving one of our solid waste vehicles when he was on duty as a city employee, passed away today. And of course, obviously, when any member of our big but nonetheless a civic family passes away in any circumstance, but in circumstances like this, it's something that's obviously very tragic. And I wanted to just mention here in these proceedings that his family and his friends have our deepest condolences, and I say that on behalf of myself as mayor and my colleagues on City Council, those who are here and those who are not, the public service, and all the people of the City of Toronto. We will be doing what we would do as a public gesture of that sympathy by lowering the flags outside of the city premises to half staff, and we will also pass along further details as to what is going to be happening in regards to Mr. Smith's tributes to his life at a later time. But I would just ask, in light of the fact that this has just happened today, if you would stand for a moment and just observe a moment of silence in respect to the passing of Mr. Smith. Thank you very much. We, just in case anybody is just coming here recently or is tuning in online, we're still dealing with item 6.1, EX 6.1. It's the Quayside update, and we were just in questions to staff, and I had Deputy Mayor. Oh, is she there? She was our next questioner, but I'm sure she's not far away because she was here over lunch.
Sorry, Mayor Tory.
Is it? Yes.
Just on a point of order, I held number 16. I can release that, move the recommendations in it.
So that's fine. We can do a quick release, and thank you, Councillor Ainsley. We've got then EX 6.16, the Facilities 2019 Capital Budget, Capital Plan Adjustments and Accelerations and Deferrals, held by Councillor Ainsley. He's now going to release that. And so I'll assume Councillor Crawford moves the recommendation of the Budget Committee. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Was there anyone else other than Deputy Mayor Bylaw who wished to ask questions? We had a number who had asked questions before lunch, because if so, we can move on to them. Did you wish to ask them? No? Oh, sorry. Over there. Councillor Nunziata, please. Go ahead.
Just a question to staff. Most of the deputants spoke about consultation. So on page 5, where you have the summary of the work plan and the budget, so there's $200,000 allocated for public consultation, correct? Okay. So can you explain what you will be doing as part of that consultation?
So through the mayor, we will be engaging a public consultation expert doing some large public meetings, and not just in the downtown, but in different parts of the city, engaging a variety of stakeholders. And today we obviously heard from business leaders, we heard from people involved in the tech community, startups, etc. So we'll be covering a wide spectrum of individuals in terms of participation. Someone also mentioned diversity and inclusion, and we'll be covering those bases as well.
So the public meetings will be throughout the city?
That's correct.
In various...
No, very specifically, not just downtown.
Community council districts? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other members, Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, we've heard through the deputations today a lot about data and data governance and so on. And so when I look at page 9 of the report, number 4, digital infrastructure and data governance context, it talks about through the MIDP, the expected inclusion of proposal relating to digital infrastructure and data and governance and so on. It gives an impression that Waterfront Toronto will have its own definition, and then it gives the impression that the other levels of government will have their own definition. What exactly would be the coordinated definition of governance that would actually reflect the interests of the public who've been bringing that to our attention? Because it doesn't seem to fit that Waterfront would have their own sort of policy of governance in this matter, and that there would be another one that would be from government. Would it not be that we're looking at a more consistent approach with respect to governance on this issue?
Sure. Excuse me. Through the mayor and chair, councillor, there would be one integrated governance. To be very clear, we are working with other levels of government, again through the province and the federal government, bringing those pieces together, and that would be the overarching governance for the City of Toronto, which then would encompass this.
Fair enough. And then how do we build in that on-ramp opportunity for people like Mr. Basili and the other 12 folks that he talked about in terms of smart city, and then of course the general public, which is all part of that group, so that they would have input with respect to the work that you're doing? Will there be a separate piece or an approach for dialogue just on this specific issue as it was implied with Councillor Cressy's motion?
Yeah. Again, through the chair, I want to emphasize again that this will be an iterative process, right? Iterative and extensive. So the engagement will include probably standard what we're used to, but also engaging subject matter experts, various industry partners that we have been working with, and some maybe we haven't worked with yet, to make sure it's a very inclusive dialogue, so that at the end it's well informed.
Right. Just one final question. But our timeline is not necessarily going to reflect or to be fit into this application timeline, though, because we've heard that it's going to take some time in order to get to that sort of common ground of acceptance, any type of policies that we bring forward. How will that work?
Again, in Q4 we'll come back with more details. We will provide the latest and greatest information at that stage to make sure that the council can make an informed decision, and make sure it's very well known if there's more time required for critical pieces of information, that's clearly communicated.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Now, Deputy Mayor Barlow, I saw you had arrived and we called your name out, but you were just on your way here, so that's fine. We had a couple of other people who asked questions in the meantime, but you were actually first up, so if you're ready to go, it's your turn.
Sure. There was a question about an agreement expiring September 30th. So are we expecting that to be renewed?
There is a line in the plan development agreement which allows for the date to be advanced if both parties agree.
Okay.
I haven't heard specifically whether that will happen, but the parties are working together. They seem to be working together well, so I have every expectation that date will be extended.
But there was already there's a provision for, in the case that it needs to happen, there's a process and that is going through.
Yes.
So can we talk a little bit about this data issue? I'm sorry, but I think that how are we bringing these two together? I felt very much that a lot of deputants had concerns with our capability of ensuring that the framework was going to shape the way that we evaluate this proposal. And without a framework in front of us, and we don't have it yet, how are we bringing these two together, the proposal and our framework, so we can actually do an appropriate evaluation?
Through the chair, Councillor, there's a couple things related to that. First of all, there's existing legislation that's already in place for municipalities, and there's also legislation from a federal government perspective. And so concurrently, there are some updates being made at the federal level. So recently, the federal government made an announcement shall we say, to tighten that up, further regulation and accountability, including fines, et cetera. So our responsibility would be to take those legislations that are either in place or in movement, bring it together in a framework, and by doing an iterative approach, making sure at each point in time, as we need to make decisions, the latest and greatest information is available for council.
And how are we as a city working on developing this smart city strategy? I mean, who is the advisory group? Who are the people? How are we involving the knowledge that we have available in our city to help us with that?
Again, through the chair, thank you, Councillor. So a couple things there. The city last year started really in terms of a focused effort on creating a clearly defined smart cities framework, which involved our senior leadership team. And what we started out there by doing is making sure we have a common definition of what that means to us, and capturing that and making sure it's clear so it can govern what's in, what's out, and some decision making around smart cities technology and data. In addition to that, the city also, in terms of smart cities, is co-chair with the Toronto Region Board of Trade and a smart cities working group. So we have been and will continue to have dialogue with the industry, always welcoming additional input and expertise in the creation of making sure we're getting the latest and greatest information. So we will continue to do that, and that will also feed into, as one of the components is, making sure we have a strong data and information management framework around digital infrastructure and data related to digital infrastructure.
And are we looking at how are we looking in protecting that data, making revenue out of that data? What are we looking to do with that data? How are we looking at the data?
Through the chair, those are the kind of things that we need to address in that framework. Because data right now, we used to use a term called disruptive technology, just new. But now we're experiencing what we call disruptive data. Data is being used in different ways. Before, data for municipalities was all in the city's control. Now we're seeing it come in different ways. And so we want to make sure that our framework is encompassing all of those scenarios.
All right. Thank you. That was the last question. Thank you very much. So I had after that Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. One of the things I'm trying to understand, so when we're dealing with Waterfront Toronto, what their expertise level is around intellectual property. And I don't see a lot of reference to that and their experience with it.
Through the mayor, they do have one or two members of staff that are very familiar with digital infrastructure issues. They have accessed professional resources, so consultants, and legal advisors in particular to help with matters of privacy, matters of intellectual property, and so on and so forth. They've also been utilizing their digital labs process and other processes.
So within the framework, if this passes today, so within that framework we're giving you, are you going to be reviewing their ability to deal with intellectual property and digital rights? Because I'm looking at what's on the other side of the table and what's on our side of the table when it comes to dealing with in those areas, and I'm more than a little concerned.
Sure. So we will obviously make use of the information that's provided to us by Waterfront Toronto, the evaluation, but in no way will we rely on that information. We will have our own views, seek our own advice from consultants, from industry people, through stakeholder and public consultation as well.
Okay. And then around this whole concept of a digital trust. So if there's information or data sets that we think should be in that digital trust, and like if there's a conflict between what Sidewalk Labs wants in a digital trust and what we as a city or Waterfront Toronto want that digital trust, how does that get resolved? I didn't see any reference to that in the report.
Through the chair, Councillor, that's something that we would need to include in our digital infrastructure data policy framework to make sure that we have clearly defined terms and conditions around those types of scenarios.
Okay. And then I guess my next related question is around, so we have all this data, it's out there, so if we're who looks over if there's data that's being commercialized into technology? How is that being looked at? Like overall, like take the data, make $1 billion. Does that all go to Sidewalk Labs? Is there a split? Has there been talk around that, or?
You know, through the mayor, you know, we're still waiting to see the MIDP. We're not, we don't fully understand the concepts in detail, the proposals in detail. So I think responding to your question on this would necessitate having seen what they're proposing, and then working with the CIO, working with the clerk to determine a path forward.
Okay, so I could include that in a motion to have that reviewed during your overview?
Yeah,
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, Councillor Ainsley, we've heard from a variety of people today with a variety of concerns, and we are, to David's point, operating in the absence of a proposal. So we've laid out a framework and a work plan based on what we believe generally we are going to see. As we dig into what the proposal is, if it's received in the public domain, that's going to help inform what additional resources we may need to do a thorough assessment and what other policies or frameworks the city may require. So that's across, to, in my view, the entire spectrum from the real estate issues through to the data issues. So it's certainly, this is going to be an iterative review process as well. And this framework gives us, and the platform, work plan gives us the platform to start from, but certainly not exclusive to anything that we determine we need further.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. I noticed on page 7, there's 4 or more owners of the properties where the 12 acres are proposed to go. How do you possibly get all parties to either to sell or 99-year lease it and combine it to turn it into one real estate block? And in the long run, will Alphabet or will Sidewalk Labs own or lease these properties?
Through the mayor, I'll answer the second question first. I don't know that it's clear whether Sidewalk will own or lease these properties. Certainly their interest is a long-term interest, so it would be one or the other, but if a lease, a long-term lease. In terms of getting all 4 property owners together, that is something that Waterfront Toronto and Sidewalk Labs will have to undertake. And some of the land is owned by the City of Toronto, so council will need to make a decision about including its land or not including its land. And that includes the current Parliament Street. And then an additional piece of land is controlled by Créatio.
So there's really not even a continuous parcel of land to do this on right currently?
Well, there are, through the mayor, a number of large parcels, but the fragmented ownership, the smaller parcels are pretty much in the middle of the L. And so there will be some work to consolidate ownership. I should add, though, that this has always been contemplated through the East Bayfront Precinct Plan as well as the Keating West Precinct Plan, because it's always been thought that Queens Quay would most logically be continued east from its current location at Parliament across the slip and connect into parcels that are further east than this site.
Okay. So when it comes to the corporate structure of Alphabet Inc. or Sidewalks, Alphabet Inc., I guess, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Google. And Sidewalk Labs, is that a Canadian incorporated subsidiary? Is that foreign controlled or foreign owned? What is the corporate composition of Sidewalk Labs?
Through the mayor, so the parent company is Alphabet. And then Alphabet owns Google, and then Alphabet also owns Sidewalk Labs, which is based in the United States.
Have they set up have they incorporated in Canada as a Canadian entity, as a subsidiary?
I do not, I'm not familiar with the corporate structure.
Might be a good thing to look into.
Sure.
Finally,
Final question.
when we have our property development meetings, dozens of people, hundreds of people, thousands of people across the city sign in because they want future updates on that property development. And we have various rules governing those names. I think they're put in to an electronic format, and they're used to distribute information regarding that development. Now, there are rules that govern it. Are those the same rules that would govern the data that's generated from this proposal?
So I would say through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a body of the work that is incorporated with what our CIO and his team is leading, along with the city clerk, in respect to the management of personal data that comes into the city's possession. So that will be addressed through that process. I don't know that we can necessarily answer specifically at this point.
No answer at this point. Okay. It's a work in progress.
Work in progress.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there others wanting to ask questions of staff? Okay. Then we can move to those wishing to speak, and we would start, of course, with our visiting members of council who are not members of the executive committee. And I see Councillor Cressy. You ready to go?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me begin by thanking our staff for the work to get us to this point, in front of us, to all the deputants. And I'll speak very briefly in my capacity, both as a member of the Board of Waterfront Toronto, but also as the local councillor for the Quayside neighbourhood. If I take a step back and think about this from the big picture, and the big picture of waterfront and waterfront revitalization, in many ways our city began as a waterfront city. That was our point of origin. And over the years, we lost the waterfront. We lost the waterfront to first a railway and then industrialization, then an elevated expressway. And we also lost the waterfront to a complicated ownership structure with multiple different owners and levels of government. And since 2000 and the emergence of Waterfront Toronto, I think it is fair to say that Toronto has finally begun to reclaim its waterfront and to indeed revitalize its waterfront. And so from award-winning parks to sustainable communities like the West Don Lands, to the flood protection happening right now in the Lower Don and the Portlands, and yes, the future of Quayside. And so when I look to Quayside in the context of objectives at a 30,000-foot level, I have three. My first is about continuing that work of waterfront revitalization, to animate our waterfront as a place to live and to work. The second is to build 21st century neighborhoods. And when I say 21st century neighborhoods, that's not just about tech. That's about inclusive neighborhoods, sustainable neighborhoods that challenge our deep concerns associated with climate change, and affordable neighborhoods. So true 21st century neighborhoods. And then the third, and it's a critical conversation we're having now, is for us to lead the conversation on data, digital infrastructure, and smart cities. This process has pushed us and forced us into that discourse finally. And the task ahead of us is for our city, on our terms, to develop our model. And that's what's in front of us. And so whenever this comes back to executive and then council, a final plan for our consideration, let's make sure that any discussion of data and digital infrastructure is on our terms. And that's an opportunity in front of us. Now, the report in front of us from city staff outlines what I think is a robust and rigorous process to evaluate the proposal coming forward. There are concerns, we've heard many of them here today, but I am confident in our ability, as the largest city in this country, it's the fourth largest city in North America, to evaluate that and make a decision. And I'll simply close by saying when I was first elected to a couple months ago to represent this area as it relates to Quayside, and that is cities and neighborhoods have an absolute right to say no to things that are going to harm them. They do, and we have that right. But we also have a responsibility to say yes to things that are going to improve the neighborhoods and the quality of life for our city. And so I look forward to evaluating this plan when we receive it, and I'm looking forward to the hard debates ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Other members of council that are, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Ainsley will be moving a motion that I've shown to you and others, which basically is in this report, which I have to say is great.
Is your mic on there, Councillor
Yes,
Fletcher?
yeah, it is.
Oh, it is, okay. You're speaking more softly.
Am I just a soft-spoken?
That's how I always tell people. I always describe you just exactly that way. I'll give you 10 extra seconds. I couldn't resist that intervention, but you go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Mild-mannered and soft-spoken.
That's correct, yes.
Have the same
But I was hoping to be able to see, I guess we'll wait for him to make that, but it would essentially be one other recommendation that indicates for the city to outline, as is indicated in the report, other moments where RFPs will be required, and to have that as one of the evaluation frameworks, and to build that in as our evaluation. Oh, there it is right there, but it's not up on the board yet, so you'll just move that at the time, when the time comes. And want to say that this is quite an interesting project. We are saying, let's look at innovation on the waterfront, and as I would describe it, in this community that would be built, this 12-acre community. And that's what was tendered. That's what was in the letter from our deputy city manager, who was acting at that time, to Waterfront Toronto. And also the concern in that letter from Ms. Carboni was about data. I think that we'll have an evaluation. This is coming apparently at the beginning of end of June, beginning of July. The two partners are still having this conversation, and it's very appropriate that the city decides how we would do our evaluation, because I'll remind everybody that the MIDP, there'll be many parts of that will be requiring city approvals of many, many kinds, and that is referenced in the RFP. And that there'll be other moments where we will have some collisions. So I'm just going to go to the beefed up scope, geographic scope, which was in the letter from Ms. Carboni, and the fact that she said, please keep it to the 12 acres. We're finding that the headquarters is now being cited not in Villiers Island, not in Quayside, but Villiers Island, which I don't believe was anticipated in the Portland's planning framework. It was mostly residential. And as I mentioned earlier, I would really encourage adding in another site for that if we're interested, and that would be that 68-acre site at East Harbor, which will have a smart track station there faster than you can say Jack Robinson, and that it will be ready to roll as a jobs hub. So that just adding that in today for people to think about, and thank the staff for this report.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Carroll, you're here. Did you wish to speak, or just before I move on to?
Nope, I don't want to add to those two deputants. I think they did very well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradford? No? Okay, so Councillor Perruzza? No? Okay, so we then can go to members of the committee who wish to speak. Are there members of the committee wishing to speak? Councillor Ainsley? A for Ainsley. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have two motions. One I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Fletcher. The other one I'm moving on behalf of myself. One of my big concerns around what we're doing here is around what they keep referring to as the data that we're parking with the Toronto Public Library, and what's going to be done with it and how it's going to be dealt with. I alluded to that in the questions that I asked the executive from Sidewalk Labs and our own staff. So I don't try not get down into the weeds with it, but I'm very worried about how the data gets used, collected, used, protected, what the proprietary rights are around it. And I'm going to go back to when this was first announced. Eric Schmidt, Google's former executive chair, his quote at the press conference was, he said that we've realized our long-running dream that someone's given us a city and put us in charge. And from my perspective as a city councilor, and I think many of the people in this room, it's not so much that we're putting them in charge. We're looking at them as partners. I think we want to be partners on a on an equal and a level playing field, as I asked staff earlier around Waterfront Toronto and how much should have been done with Waterfront Toronto and their expertise around intellectual property and digital rights. I've done a lot of reading, Mayor Tory, around smart cities, and often it's the city or municipality that's leading the way. This is a little bit different, where we have Waterfront Toronto, we have the 3 levels of government all involved here, even the community consultation, I think, in a lot of different ways, and the input that was gathered wasn't what you would see in a traditional public consultation we do as a municipality or yourself as councillors. So when we look at data rights, intellectual property rights, those are my 3 big areas of concern, and that's where these motions are stemming from. And I look forward to seeing the report back from our staff. I know they're all very hardworking and excellent, and they're going to be very diligent. I look forward to reading it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Question of the mover, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if staff could put the motion back, the long one. There was a question in E about the IP and so on in NAFTA. I just wondered what that actually meant.
Sorry, which part?
Just E.
So IP is intellectual property rights?
I know what that is.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, how does that relate to the new NAFTA, U.S.-Mexico trade deal, and how does that affect with...
Yeah, so I've done a fair amount of reading around that and smart cities, and I've read some articles. There's some concerns around, so Sidewalk Labs is based in the United States, how they might be able to use clauses in the U.S.-Mexico trade deal. They're based here, but they're going to could possibly hide behind those rights to take ability away from us to govern this project. And like some feedback from staff on that.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. That's fine.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mayor Thompson. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Okay, other speakers. Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, I would say that the whole world is watching what we're doing here in Toronto. And as is the case with respect to what we generally do here in Canada, we generally provide leadership on a variety of things, and I think that this is no different. I have actually gone down to New York to visit Sidewalk, and, well, it's a company in terms of name. There is not an entity there in terms of a building that's producing and doing some of the things that they're doing here. So we are, quite frankly, that place in the world where this is the start of everything. And so it's no wonder we don't actually have all the answers. We don't have all of the information that's needed. This process that's actually in play will provide us, particularly this report, which is an effective report from the city manager and his team. I've always viewed this situation as a relationship primarily between Waterfront Toronto and Sidewalk, because that's the way it's been presented to many of us. And so while most of us are not on the board of Waterfront Toronto, and while we actually have 1/3 of the board members on there, we're all waiting to kind of understand and see this unpack itself. And what are we waiting for? We're actually waiting for a plan that really speaks to what their goals and objectives are. We actually don't have that plan that we're actually looking at it today. In as much as we want all of the inclusive aspects, all of the economic benefits, all of the details that we actually want, there is still a matter of waiting to see what they actually come up with. And as I understand it through the report and the understanding of the relationship, it's an agreement between a government entity through a three-party agreement between the feds, the province, and the municipality. And through that process, that board has made a decision. We now have an opportunity where it's becoming more into the public forum, where we will be having a position and take a position on this. We haven't taken a position. I think it's important for us to recognize, as we're trying to reach out to the world to become a great tech city, that we need to go through a process and evaluate the information and have it be not only in terms of data that we actually have, but it's based on evidence. So I think we ought not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. There's a lot of information that we want in terms of governance and data and how privacy of information and so on. It's a work in progress, and I think we have to allow that process to unfold as opposed to taking a dramatic position today. I believe at the end of the day, we're going to be proud with what decision we make based on the evidence. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Other speakers? Deputy Mayor Viola.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what we have in front of us are great opportunities and great risks. We need to make sure that we're on a crossroads and that either we take the road of the opportunity or we take the road of the risk. And I think that it feels a little bit that, you know, when you invite somebody to your house but you're not quite ready to have your guests over, it's almost as it feels. Because we want to take advantage of all these opportunities that, you know, a great technology company focused on urban design and new technology is having. We want to be leaders in urban innovation and attracting this and creating the environment to have that urban innovation being born in here. I think it's great, but that framework that we kind of needed to set that base, I think we need to speed that work. We really need to put foot to the pedal on that work, because otherwise, if we don't do that, I think we're taking the risks road. I think that in order to take advantage of this opportunity, we really need to make sure that we do our work. We need to tell the citizens of the city that we have the infrastructure in place to take advantage of these companies, to come in here, to invite these companies to come to Toronto, to have those frameworks in work so that we can protect their privacy, we can protect the data, we can protect the public interest, and at the end of the day, have a leadership role in urban innovation, not only in our country, but around the world. And I think that if there's one thing that is very, very clear is that, yes, we can use this as a test case, we can test all these issues, but we really need to work on that framework. And to me, that is actually what really concerns me, and I would like to hear back from our staff and back from the citizens is, what do we need to ensure that we have all the tools to protect the public interest in this deal? I think there's a great opportunity, but we are where we are, but we need to put foot to the pedal because that framework needs to be worked on. And we have lots of knowledge, lots of talent in our city. We have amazing academic institutions that can help us with that. We have, like people said, great startups. We need to bring people to the table to have that framework. I would love to have Toronto be known as an urban innovator, to have lots of solutions coming in here. And that can't only be with one company. It has to be open out there. But it could start with one company. And I think, again, I do want to take the road of opportunities. And I think for that to happen, we need to put foot on the pedal in developing that framework.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Viola. Any other speakers? Well, if I may just say a few words in concluding what I think has been a very useful and quite a balanced debate. I think to pick up on this opportunity versus risk, I think this is a huge opportunity, but I've come to recognize, certainly I think as most of us probably have, that no huge opportunity comes without oftentimes significant risk. And so to me, what we have here is a global company, and I have no problem with global companies. You know, they're not the only thing you want, but there are certainly things that I think it would be helpful and desirable for our city to have a company like this to make additional investments. They've already made very significant investments in a very positive way in our city and created lots of good jobs and will create more. I think they can help us to become global leaders in the coming together, as Deputy Mayor Viola was just saying, of technology and urban innovation and city building. And so to me, especially taking into account, because I asked Mr. Balsley this morning specifically the question, well, is this just related to the proponent, or would you be making the same point no matter who it was? And he said he'd be making the same point no matter who it was. And really his point was to say, and I think it's the same point I would make, that when you do something like this, you have to make sure you do it right. And I think that's what this report is all about. That's what the discussion has been all about, which is what do we have to do to make sure that we do it right? And this was beginning to set out the framework for that kind of decision-making and some of the criteria that would apply. And I think there's three responses that I would have to that in terms of today's discussion. First of all, today was all about a solid start, although I think after we listen today, maybe an incomplete start as yet, because I think there is a lot more work to be done with respect to especially the data and technology side of this. And indeed, our chief information officer talked about the fact that there is a lot of work that is being done in order to make sure that we can do that part of it right. Second point I would say is that we do have a lot more work to do in ensuring the framework is as complete as it needs to be to evaluate what doing it right means, so that we can make that decision, which every single person referred to here and even there, and including the representative from Sidewalk, all kind of said they contemplated the possibility that after deciding what's right and what isn't right in our best judgment, that something may not happen. But I think everybody was quite positive about hopefully trying to make sure something did happen. I indicated from my own part in terms of learning and reaching out and listening, and Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson did the same, that I'm happy to have a meeting with those 12 company heads. And by the way, I probably wouldn't limit myself to that. I would want to see 12 other ones that probably weren't part of that group that might bring quite a different perspective, including, as has been mentioned, a number of our startup community who are doing so well and are so well regarded around the world. And the final thing I'll just say is that I was very heartened by certainly what I took to be the apparent willingness of the representative of Sidewalk who is here today to say that he understood our role with respect to protecting the public interest. And I believe I heard him say more than once that his intention on behalf of his company would be to comply with whatever, I'm assuming, reasonable requirements we put in place. Because again, even he contemplated the possibility that if there's things they consider to be unreasonable, then nothing may happen. But I think he was trying to be more positive, as we all were, and that they said they would comply. And I rather than having somebody stand here and say, well, I really can't answer that question, he said that would be their posture. So I think this is a good step forward. I thank our staff for the fact that they've brought us to this stage. There's a lot more to be done, as they all said. I'm not one who's in the habit of rejecting proposals before they've been received. And we're now contemplating the receipt of this proposal, and we are setting out a process to deal with it. I think that's exactly the right way to go about this, and that doesn't prejudge what the outcome's going to be. I hope it's a happy one for all of us, including these people who we chose, Waterfront chose, as the lead proponent. So thank you. Anybody else? Going once, going twice? Okay, so we have, Madam Clerk, a number of motions to deal with in some order or other here. So there's motion A there. So I guess it will go up first. That's the long version, Councillor Ainsley's longer motion to do with data, principally. So I will ask for the question on motion A, moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion is carried. Motion B is the motion moved again by Councillor Ainsley on behalf of Councillor Flesher, asking for a detailed list of city approvals and so on. You have that up on the screen in front of you. And so I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Those are the only two motions, am I right? Yes, no, item as amended. That's it then? Okay, then I'll ask for the question. We'll perhaps have a recorded vote on the item as amended.
On the item as amended, all in favor, Mayor Tory, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Nziata. That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. That brings us to item 6.3, changes to the Labor Relations Act, Schedule 9. And there are deputations on that, quite a few. Oh, well, that's fine. Sorry, you were wanting to do 6.4?
Yes, we can do it as a quick release.
All right.
The reason I held it, I just haven't amended, to amend the recommendation.
Are we able to put that up on the screen or not?
I'll read it. That Executive Committee requested the city manager with appropriate city staff prepare a submission for funding for the recommended flood protection measures for the Jane Street crossing for the next round of funding through the Federal National Disaster Mitigation Program.
So it's a request for the city manager to make a submission for funding on a very specific project that I know, having been there, is...
Yeah, this is for next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So on the basis of that, amendment, I can call the question unless there are questions of the mover or if there are any questions of staff or otherwise people wishing to speak. Otherwise, I can call the question on the amendment and then the item as amended. Anybody wanting to speak or ask questions? All right. On the amendment then, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that disposes of item 6.4. Is that what it's 6.4? Is that what? Yes. Are you looking to talk to me? Sorry. I'm just being asked because I'm quite happy to facilitate it, and I think the answer will perhaps may largely come from Councillor Fletcher or others. The Danforth garage piece, can that be dealt with as a fairly quick item? Because the next one's going to be quite long again, and I just think in the interest of those who are visiting with us and not members of the committee, we could do that, but it just depends how long. All right, and are you sort of the same, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I think there's motions there that have been.
Yes. All right. Well, I think we can probably do that then, just because it'll be a much shorter item, certainly, than the next one, so that's fine. So, I think on that one, were there any, where are we here? That's, there it is here, 6.9. And there are no deputations, so that would take us next to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff from either of you or anybody else? No? All right, then we can go to speakers, and Councillor Bradford, you can speak first.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and I will have a motion coming forward through the mayor as well. I'd like to thank the mayor and members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak to this item today. I've been working on this file as a volunteer with the Danforth East Community Association since before I was elected as a member of council. And being involved in this project is really one of those things, kind of the best examples of what community leadership can look like and how we can build capacity as neighbors to transform a community. For those of you that might not be familiar with the project, it's located at the gateway to Beaches East York, Coxwell and Danforth intersection. And the future of this site is not only significant to the community, but I think, as Councillor Fletcher would agree, the East End as a whole. The garage site is similar in size and scale to other sort of marquee districts that we have in the city, whether we're talking about Distillery District, Evergreen Brickworks, Witchward Barns. And given that the opportunity that we have here on this site, I think it really does warrant close attention from all of us. With that in mind, I want to thank staff, Councillor Fletcher, and previous councillors McMahon, Davis, and Fragadakis, who all contributed to the work that's been done to date on this site. And recognizing the importance for the East End in general. We've had a good process to date, and we're moving towards a really positive outcome. We have a commitment to create community space with the beautiful barn structure. This achieves a number of objectives, including heritage preservation, creating a new and unique community cultural hub. And we're also coordinating not just across departments, but we're actually coordinating across agencies, which is something that certainly Create.to has been really instrumental in doing. But we're working with the TTC and Toronto Police Services and hopefully the library. And we've set affordable housing as a priority for this site. That is something that came out of a robust community consultation and master planning process. And we've worked on the design that really weaves what is a large sort of industrial, sort of historic site into the neighborhood and into the community. With all of that said, I think there's actually an opportunity for us to do more here, to bring employment and jobs to the site, and to encourage some of our agencies to take a leading role in that. And that's the focus of the motion that you're going to see coming from the mayor today, who's helping me move that forward. As we conduct a feasibility study on this site, I think we actually need to look at opportunities to increase employment here as well. That was certainly something that was discussed a lot in the consultation, but I do think it needs to be a prominent piece of the feasibility study, and that's certainly the feedback that we've had from the community. And we should be, as we move forward with the business case, really make sure that we have not left any stones unturned when exploring potential opportunities to leverage from an employment generation standpoint on the site. We have a lot of infrastructure challenges, of course, across the City of Toronto, also in the East End. But we need to remember that jobs and employment can actually be the center of new neighborhoods. As we're growing as a city, we need to avoid just creating vertical bedroom communities, but leveraging opportunities to create jobs as well. So appreciate your support of this motion, and appreciate the help of the mayor in bringing it forward, and looking forward to moving forward on this project.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bradford and I also have a letter that I'm not sure is here. We'll get it moved at council, which has to do with the barns themselves and ensuring that while the police station, the new station, the merged station gets built, that we find a way to open up partial barns for the community. This is the Danforth Garage opportunity, but it really is the very first merger of a police division, Division 54 and Division 55 into one building. And can't happen fast enough because as a top-down hierarchical structure, you can't actually have two police divisions in one and two different locations. They have to be in a command structure in one place. This was not the easiest location to have selected, and Councillor Bradford worked in the community. Councillor McMahon, Davis, and Fragadakis and myself worked very strongly with Ms. Scioli and her team, and then Create TO and their team to arrive at this as being the best location. There were a couple of other locations, including the East York Civic Center, which didn't seem to be appropriate. But this is an opportunity to use the building of this new police station, which is under the modernization of the TPS, to have a city building opportunity. And I think everybody's grabbed that and said that's what we have to do. I'm concerned that we can't simply leave it at, we're building this, and then the rest of it will all roll out over 10, 20 years. That we really have to continue to drive that, because that, I don't want to say, that was kind of the understanding the community had by agreeing that this site could be the new office or the new headquarters for the merged division. There were other desires for this site that have been identified in the planning study that was done on the Danforth, and this wasn't ever contemplated. But the community did agree that this could be a good anchor building as long as we had a great city building lens on this site. There's a library that has 1.5 stories. It's on a major corner. That could be an 8 to 10 story housing site with a library. There's many things to do, and I have to compliment the Create TO team, wherever they are, that actually worked through the master plan, worked with the facilitator, worked with the community. It's exactly why we put Create TO together. It worked like a charm. But this motion, which I'm not sure if that's in there, Councillor, because I haven't seen your motion before now, that I'll move that at council if it's not there, which is to have the an initial start on those barns in some way or another as part of that covenant with the community to move that new police station to this location.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Are there others wishing to speak? I have to speak to move the motion. I'll just make a very few comments. Are there any others wishing to say anything about this? Okay. I will put this motion up that I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Bradford. And just to say that I think it asks a number of very practical things that he alluded to in his remarks. I also had noticed in reading the report that, and I want to make clear, there's only one number, I think, in the whole report that has to do with cost, which is always a big issue for us, and that was the number of $39 million that was in there in the police budget, I think almost as a placeholder for just the police station, because I think we get caught all the time with some number like that being in a report, and somebody says the entire complex in the broader context referred to by both Councillors Bradford and Fletcher was $39 million, and then when it becomes much more, because it will be much more to do the whole thing, somebody says the budget has doubled, when in fact it hasn't. So I think that one of the things this asks for is a budget and a financial plan. And I only wanted to add one comment to what both the colleagues have said, which is this. I went to Joe Mihevic's retirement tribute that was held at the Witchwood Barns, and I heard the story told of how, I think he said that was like a 15-year project. I don't have time, and I think most of us don't have time to have any more of these 15-year projects. Transit takes a little longer, but this kind of thing, I'm confident with this kind of initiative that we can all concur in. We can get this done a lot faster. The police station has to be built much faster than that, and there's no reason we can't get our job done on deciding the rest of the concept and do the city building project that both councillors referred to and find the money to finance it in many different ways to make sure it happens. So and I think Create Joe actually will help with that. I think so far so good with that, but we'll see. So in any event, I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Bradford, and we will leave it at that. Are there any other people wishing to speak? Okay, if not, then we have this motion by way of amendment to the recommendation contained in the report, and I'll call the question on the amendment. I'll put it, there it is up there. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now, does that bring us back now to 6.3? 6.3, I was just about to get to the first deputant, and I have the list here. And I'll give the first three as we did with the previous item so that we can get people positioned to speak. We have the first three are Ian DeWard, CLAC, Mark Lewis, Carpenters District Council, and Mike York, Carpenters District Council of Ontario. So those are the first three deputies, and Mr. DeWard is first. Now, there you are. How about that? Very efficient.
Good afternoon, Your Worship.
You're most welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Members of Council. I'm Ian DeWard. I'm here from the CLAC, an independent labour union that represents construction workers in Ontario, and here to support the staff recommendation that's before you in respect of Bill 66, Schedule 9. There are some opponents to the recommendations inside that report, and I want to tackle 3 lines of argument that I think are advanced by those who hold currently exclusive access over ICI work in the city. And those are cost, safety, and investment in future talent. I'll restrict my remarks to those. On cost, the staff reports on studies that estimate the savings from open tendering to range from between 2 and 40%. But they state it's difficult to predict with real effect or the real effect of increased competition. To address this, we looked recently at projects tendered in the city ICI projects in the last 2 months to see if we could get more certainty on this important point. Here's a summary of what we found. There were 5 ICI projects from what we could see. On one, a $900,000 job, a bid that was $230,000 lower was disqualified because the company's unionized workers belonged to the wrong union for that particular project. That job ended up costing $200,000 more than the engineer's budget. In 4 of the 5 cases, the city received only 2 eligible bids. In one instance, the difference between the only 2 bids was 33%. In 2 others, the spread was 20 and 21% respectively. Finally, we observed that the bid spread between compliant, unionized companies in a fair wage environment was up to 44%. We know that Toronto has had to overpay for work because of tendering restrictions, and we know that you are not getting enough bidders. Based on these examples and the quality of research that's been conducted, we believe that the potential cost savings of 8 to 25%, as advanced by Cardis, is realistic. This amounts to as much as $150 million annually. We'd also refer you to the open letter that CLAC submitted, in which we point out various other productivity savings that different wall-to-wall labor pools can offer, which are not captured by the staff report. Suffice it to say that if deemed a non-construction employer, this city, like any other purchaser of construction, will no longer have to manage the costly work jurisdiction disputes between the building trades unions. On safety, the building trades claim that they can provide a reasonable assurance of job site safety. While their track records are to be respected, other unions, such as CLAC, are equally safe and invest as much or more in dollars spent per worker on skills and safety training and apprenticeship support. We urge you not to subscribe to the idea that a union membership card is sufficient to pre-qualify a company for safety or quality of work. The city already has a long list of safety compliance criteria that it applies to all construction bidders, even in sectors that permit non-union bids. These criteria, which include ISSO and core certification, among others, are the metrics by which a contractor should be permitted, or not, to bid on city projects.
I'll have to ask you to wrap up if you could.
I just flagged that there's an impending labor shortage in this country. We know we need 100,000 skilled, or in this province, 100,000 skilled workers. And we would urge you not to close the city to a restricted pool when that need is so apparent and so looming. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, here. Did you have a question, Deputy Mayor Bylaw?
You talked about overpaying for work, correct?
Yes.
So do you believe that Fair Wage is overpaying for work?
No. This is by no means a critique of fair wage. We support the fair wage policy. What we believe happens in an environment where the number of contractors who can compete for the work is restricted is that the city is paying more than would be the case if it was an open tendering environment. So all participants, union and non, currently have to abide by the fair wage policy, and that would continue to be the case. What we're simply articulating is that minimized competition or restriction on competition results in less bids, as is seen in the examples 1 or 2 in many cases, and that's why the city pays more.
Okay. But so I'm just trying to understand how so the labor costs are the same, the product costs are the same, so unionized contractors just make a lot more money, is that it?
In the examples before you, where you have 2 bids from unionized contractors abiding by the fair wage policy, are as much as 20, 21, 33% spread. Those are companies that are playing from the same field in terms of labor costs, and yet are demonstrating a spread of 33% in cost on their bid submissions.
But
that's your current reality.
But it has nothing to do with labor. That's what you're saying.
I would argue that's not because of labor costs. Yes.
Councillor Carroll.
Most of your submission is about procurement and whether or not we're seeing enough proponents to each of our bids. Would it surprise you to know that when we have a situation like that, when we have a report before us and we see only 2 compliant or a small number, generally we ask, and generally the answers are to do with the uniqueness of the equipment or the job. Often, because we're Toronto, it has to do with the scope of the job, that possibly there are only a small number that can deal with the size and scope of what a municipality of our size is asking for in that RFP. Seldom do they say that our labor methodology has anything to do with the number of proponents. They're generally able to tell us very quickly that there are other reasons.
In response, I would say that Bill 66, and in particular Schedule 9, has provided an opportunity for this particular discussion. How is work tendered? And in 3 minutes, it's hard to cover the full array of the discussion, but what I would submit is that the city's missed out on an opportunity to allow full access to all qualified workers, regardless of which particular union card they carry. And so as much as this is about procurement, it's also about fairness. The choice to which union I belong is a conscious decision for many. But in the City of Toronto, only a particular set of unions get access to that work. We think that there's a cost to that. There's a procurement cost, not a difference in wages, but simply a cost of procurement restricted bidding. But it really boils down to, from our perspective, the perspective of our members, an issue of fairness, that they not be deprived access to work simply because of the card that they carry.
But that's different than the other argument that you were making, that the cost and the number of proponents is strictly labor-based, when in fact we're generally given a more technical and unrelated reason for why in this particular job we're seeing only the upper echelon firms bid.
Yeah, and again, all I can say to that is I think that the costs that you experience are competition costs, not labor costs. It's the effect of reduced competition.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fleischer, a question.
Yes, just a quick question about that number. I believe that in 2008, that the City of Toronto actually did review that, and it turned out that there wasn't that. The high end would be 1.7% savings in terminating the bargaining relationships. Are you aware of that report from 2008 that the City of Toronto had already done?
I am aware of the report.
Pardon me?
I am aware of the report, yes. what I understand the report to have done is analyze the difference between the prevailing union wage rates and the collective agreements that the city's bound to against the fair wage policy. And so in that regard, found a 1.7% differential between the fair wage policy and the prevailing union wage rates. It didn't analyze the effect of reduced competition. When the pool of bidders is reduced by half or more and the city gets less bids, what's the impact on pencils that are less sharp because of the number of bidders that are in the pool?
And are you aware that at times with the fair wage and non-union contractors that may be working, that the city has had to take them to task in order to get the wages back for those non-union workers?
I think what that speaks to is the fact that the city has a robust enforcement mechanism to ensure that its fair wage policy is abided by. I can only speak to the members that I work with who work, similar to the building trades, work under collective agreements with prescribed wage rates. And so our members too enjoy the protection of a collective agreement with market competitive rates. And so that's how ours is managed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of the deputy? Okay, thanks very much. We appreciate your time. So the next three, Mark Lewis, Carpenters District Council, Mike York, Carpenters District Council, and Robin Vandenberg, Carpenters District Council. Oh, I've got, now I'm going to ask the Carpenters, for whom I have the greatest respect. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you could take 5 times 3 minutes each for 15 minutes, or you could do something else. But
we will try and be as short as possible.
I'll leave it to you,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
I am Mark Lewis. I am the General Counsel of the Carpenters District Council of Toronto. This is a very critical issue for us. We are urging the City of Toronto to opt out of Bill 66 and to maintain the relationship that it has had with our union for almost 60 years. As I said, I'm the lawyer. You don't want to hear from me. I'll get out of your hair and let some real carpenters talk to you about the value of the relationship that we think we bring to this city. I will, however, in my capacity, say 2 things which we would ask you to consider. As you heard in the deputation before me, people claim that there are going to be cost savings if you get out of your relationships with unions. We do not agree with that. We straight out say that we do not believe that there are cost savings to be had, and we have put before you the report of the Ontario Construction Secretariat, which we think establish our position. That said, 2 elements remain. One is, what would the costs be of getting out of the relationship? From my legal perspective, I will just put before council that we in our union know that the right to collective bargaining, the right to be covered by a collective agreement of a union freely chosen by the workers is enshrined in the Charter of Rights, and we do not want to be in a situation where we are forced to deal with that in the courts in this situation. More importantly, and this is in the OCS report that you have, construction done by unionized companies is simply safer. This is one of the most dangerous industries in this country. Our workers understand the inherent risks of the work they do, but those risks can be reduced so that everyone gets to go home at night. We, in our union, go to inquests and funerals of workers who built this city. We're urging you, when you have to make decisions about this, think about speculative savings versus reducing the risk to the health and the lives of the workers who actually are building this city and all the projects that you talked about this morning. Thank you. Based on what the mayor said, I don't know what you plan in terms of questions, if you want to ask questions at the end or...
Well, it might help a little bit for us to know what were you planning to appear? Was that your intention as 5 entirely separate deputies, even
Yes,
though you're all
Mr. Mr. Mayor, if I may. Our intention was, as Mark alluded to, just to have the workers speak, and I'll come in for a very short period of time at the very end just to kind of wrap up. So we have just a little bit out of order, but our first debutant is Robin.
All right. Well,
Okay.
so I think it may be
And
more
we
orderly
also
rather than
thought-
having you all shuffling up and down. If we do the
Yeah.
questions then one at a time.
Kind of.
And Mr. Lewis.
I want to do the question right now. We also thought maybe we could just take some questions at the end if that's easier or not.
It becomes cumbersome for us depending who the questions are for. So it's just simpler if we have people make their submission and then get asked questions. So perhaps we'll start with questions for Mr. Lewis and see where we go. Do we have some questions for Mr. Lewis then?
Yes, I
Councilor
have
Nunziata?
have a question to the lawyer. So from what I gathered from your deputation, that you're sort of saying to council that you would sue us, you would take us to court. That's what it sounded, the tone of your deputation. Am I correct?
We will take legal action to defend the rights of our members. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but if we have to file grievances against the city to continue to enforce our agreements, then we have to.
So you're threatening us?
I don't threaten anybody. I try and point out the consequences that are on the downside and are not considered in the mayor's report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. Other questions for Mr. Lewis? Were there any others? Okay. Well, I beg your pardon? Sorry, Councilor. Oh, okay. All right. That would bring us next then. You are Robin Vandenberg?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Vandenberg. So you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Robin Vandenberg. I am a second-term carpentry apprentice. I am proud to have worked on buildings across the city, which have made Toronto a great place for me to live. For example, right now I'm working at Mount Sinai Hospital. I'm here today to speak for myself and other young members of my union. Us millennials sometimes get a bad reputation for not being willing to work hard. Young Torontonians want the work. We just need the opportunity to get it. I am from Scarborough. In my final year of high school, I was selected for a program called OYAP, which is Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program, which takes high school students in their final year and gets them connected with the trades. I was fortunate enough to end up going to the local 27 training center and seeing that shop, and that's how I knew what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. Right after graduation from high school, I started with Local 27. I'm 18 and I'm a second-term apprentice. The Local 27 apprenticeship program that I have been part of provided me a clear path for this. We are all given the proper grounding to go out on the job site. We are trained to work safe and do our jobs, so we go home tonight. The trades, and especially the carpentry trade that I am part of, offers great prospects for the young. As long as we given the opportunities, we can make it work. Construction union, that is why I'm urging you to stick with the construction unions and to opt out of Bill 66. Construction unions, and in my case, the carpentry unions, are one of that provide the training for these opportunities for the young people. Also, I'm a young woman making a living in an industry which is dominated by men. Just can't see how I would have made it here without the Local 27. Sticking with construction unions is an investment in the young people of Toronto, giving us a chance to show you, the older generation, what we are capable of, and allowing us to continue to learn the skills that are needed to build Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vandenberg. Now, we just had agreed we would see if people were going to ask questions of each deputant as they went, so we'll just see if there's any questions for you. Councilor Late.
Yes, thank you. And it's really just one question. Does Local 27 have have programs to target apprenticeships to women, to other groups that might be underrepresented in the trades?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I have worked with women from the craft program in sites that basically they come from community housing, They do some training with the college and with, I think it was the YMCA, and they come out, they're making a fair wage, they're learning the skills, and if it wasn't for the Local 27 being involved in that partnership, they wouldn't have ended up in construction.
How'd you get involved?
I'm from the Ontario Catholic, well, I'm from the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program.
Okay.
I came through the high schools, and I got in with Local 27 because I'm one of the lucky ones that was given the opportunity.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Layton. Any other questions of Ms. Vandenberg? Okay. And if you could help us, just because you come from, are you Ms. Smith?
Yes,
I'm just guessing. So anyway, you're most welcome, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Desiree Thelma Smith, and I am a second-year carpenter apprentice. I specialize in flooring. Do I look like a carpenter? Do I fit in your image as a carpenter in this city? It is true that most workers on the job sites I work on are not women and are not visible minorities. But that's got to change. I'm here today to urge you to be a part of that change. I started in the construction industry through a program called Women in Skilled Trades, where I received a full scholarship in the Enhanced Carpentry program. I then pursue on to Local 27 to obtain an apprenticeship in floor resilient or resilient flooring. Upon finishing my basic at Local 27, I further feel the need to be doing everything flooring. So I went on to the Terrazzo Tile and Marble School. After completing that program, I went out into the workforce and worked as a carpenter. After finishing a few years, I went back to Local 27 to pursue advanced flooring. I completed that program March 2019 and is out working and will be challenging my Red Seal. I love my trade. I love the skills and the training that I'm getting through Local 27. It's a beauty after completing such a task work on floor, on your knees all day, and get up and look on the floor and see what wonderful work that you have accomplished for the day. It gives you that self-fulfillment and the satisfaction. Our industry has a long way to go, but I can tell you, based on my own personal story, the way to make the industry more inclusive is by sticking with the unions, and in my case, sticking with Local 27. It's the union that supports proper registered apprenticeship programs that makes sure that all apprentices get to learn the whole trade and become skilled and are not placed on job sites to produce cheap labor. Also, I want you to think about the safety. Our industry is really dangerous. Working in flooring, you might not think that there are many dangers, but I can tell you that isn't true. The chemicals, glues, and other products that we use on a daily basis can cause serious, deadly, and long-term health risks. If you don't know what you're doing, Local 27, my union, has made sure that I and fellow workers work safely. Toronto needs construction workers, and I will always need construction workers. I'm urging you to stick with the unions and my union, Carpenters Local 27, by opting out of Bill 66. In this way, you will help make sure that us, construction workers who build Toronto, look more like the whole population of our city and become part of the middle class and the decent jobs, decent training, and best health and safety and pension benefits.
All right, I'll ask you on that note. Thank you. You were wrapped up anyway. Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. Are there questions of the Deputy Councillor Carroll?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
People might be thinking, oh, Local 27 has brought the women to tug on our heartstrings. But let me ask you this. If you wanted to pursue this trade and you hadn't been able to go to a union local's skill building, could you walk in the door of a private non-union employer of this trade as a woman and expect to receive training, expect to even be considered for employment?
Non-union, I do not know about. I only know of union. I started, as I said, with the Women in Skilled Trades, and then I pursue on to Local 27. Yes, and Local 27 has that program. It's available for all, male and female, to pursue.
So, do you think, is it your impression that's where any opportunity at all was coming from? So, if you had pursued being a woman in the trades, if they weren't offering this, it seems no one else is. So, in terms of getting women into the skilled trades, this is the avenue that's open to you, and there probably isn't another.
I am not sure of how many others are there.
Yeah.
I only know of the avenue that I took, and in the city of Toronto, there are other construction programs that are going on and available. So, but I don't know fully exactly what they offer for females.
This is the one that was really making a concerted effort to bring women into the workforce.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's a few of, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councilman Carroll. Other questions of the deputy? Otherwise, thank you, Ms. Smith, very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
All right, we next would have, well, I don't know what order we're in here. Are you Ray Law?
I am.
I'm just guessing based on who's left. Thank you very
Do I
much.
not look
for
like a Ray
coming
Law?
here. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, as I think a lot of you will know, my name is Ray Law. And I'm here as a carpenter employed by the City of Toronto at City Hall. I'm here today to speak for myself and for my fellow skilled trades employees who work for you at City of Toronto, and specifically to urge you to opt out of Bill 66. I've been a proud member of Local 27 for over 32 years. 20 of those years, I've been an employee of the City of Toronto under the Carpenters Union Collective Agreement. What does that mean? It means that as an employee under this agreement, I do not get lieu days, I do not get sick days. I only earn when I work, unlike other employees. But this in no way undermines our commitment and professionalism to our work and to the city. Because of the nature of our work, we're called upon 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to respond to emergency calls, whether it be carpentry related, plumbing related, heating, or electrical. We're extremely proud of our training, expertise, and the high standard of work that this allows us to do for our city each and every day. I think most of you will know my work because recently it has been the skilled trades and myself renovating the offices of the second floor. In doing so, we've also worked closely with security and IT to ensure that all the other peripherals are implemented into the offices. We did this in a manner with minimal disruption to your staff. And this was done after working a full shift to ensure that City Hall stayed operational during the working hours so that we were able to respond to emergency calls should they arise. As a direct employee, the cost of renovating the offices was just our labor and the materials. This was dictated by the fair wage policies, and not that of maximizing profits had it been sourced out. I am a Red Seal carpenter, which is the highest training standard that a carpenter can obtain in this country. In fact, based on my training and expertise, at one time I was asked to participate in developing the updated Red Seal training standards for the federal government. It is this commitment to excellence which drives me and my fellow skilled trades workers to deliver the best products to the people of Toronto every single day. I say this because I too have grown up in Toronto raised my family here in Toronto, and call Councillor Crawford my counselor. So what you decide.
Not because you just said that, but I just have to tell you, if you could just wrap, you just have to wrap up. We're just at the time now, so.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Said 2:08 over there. Okay, my mistake.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that, but over here, this is the one that's still going.
Okay. Unless the city opts out of Bill 66 and decides to stay with the status quo, and decides to stay with the status quo, I'll lose my access to the benefits and pension. We, your skilled trades, have done nothing wrong except to go to work every day and with a commitment of honesty, efficiency, and safety. We're urging you not to punish us for that, but to recognize that the status quo has worked for this city for many, many years.
All right, sir. On that note, I'll thank you, because
Thank you for your time.
I have to actually conclude there. Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, the deputant said that if we don't opt out, that I think he said he's going to lose his pension and benefits. I just kind of don't understand how he gets there. Maybe he can explain that to the committee.
Sure. If I was to stay with the city, would I not be deemed non-union? Would I not have my association with the Carpenters Union?
So I'm not.
Because you're opting out of our collective agreement, correct? By adopting Bill 66?
I'm not, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not allowed to, I'd like to answer those questions.
No,
I would.
He is, we ask the questions here, and we engage in a bit of a dialogue, but.
Right.
So maybe I'll ask a different question. Do you think that you'll no longer be an employee of the City of Toronto if we do not opt out?
I'm currently working as a carpenter with the Carpenters Union.
Oh, you're not employed?
I'm not employed by the City of Toronto. I'm not a CUPE employee. We, as the skilled trades, whether it be Carpenters Union, the electricians, the plumbers, we're all with our affiliated skilled trades.
So you're afraid that that whoever you're employed with under whatever contract, you're afraid that you might lose your job because someone else might come in and win a contract that might not otherwise qualify for a contract. Is that?
Are you offering me a job?
I don't have the power to. That's okay. So I think I understand. I understand. You're afraid of the competition. I get that.
Because you're opting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
To look.
Thank you.
Shall I answer it?
Please go ahead and answer if you wish. Yeah.
You're opting to adopt Bill 66. Is that correct, Councillor?
No, again, you're asking questions,
Okay.
sir.
So
I'm sure it was a
based
rhetorical
based
question.
on the questioning, you're opting to agree with opting out of the agreement with the Carpenters Union. I'm a carpenter with Local 27. Therefore, if you opt out, I am no longer with the city.
I can't.
All right. Thank you. That's helpful, Mr. Law. Thank you very much. And we see if there's any more questions for you. Councillor Carroll had one.
Yes, thanks, Ray.
Hi.
Thanks for putting a face on the many impacts this might have. and thank you for your impact on the transition over the last several months while the second floor has been in constant upheaval.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much for that. You really have highlighted, though, that we are such a large organization that we might be making this decision today not really realizing how many impacts we will be having on our own work. You're looking at a bunch of people who did not know that you walked the floor of second floor as a member of Local 27. Are there other sort of anomalies like this that we see day to day and we don't even know that we will lose them if we opt out?
Absolutely.
Or if we don't opt out, I should say?
The Electricians Union, 353, the Plumbers Union, any of the skilled trades that are signatory with the city itself that the city has the agreement with,
and
will
so
no
some of
longer
the
be available.
people-
We're not
yeah.
CUPE employees. We're not affiliated or associated with CUPE. We're with
And
our own
so
trades organization.
It's not just capital work. There are cases like the job that you do in City Hall facility, but some of our other facilities where you seem almost like a regular employee and have a great working knowledge of the facility because you're the person who comes every time
Yeah.
to respond to any of our requests. So what seems like a person who's really on top of a facility, whichever one it is within the city's collection of buildings, the person who seems like our employee and is on top of things and knows the chronic fix that is needed for certain things in that facility may in fact be a local 27 person who disappears, and we then have to start hiring to find someone and rebuild that knowledge of those bricks and mortar. Is that what we're talking about?
Absolutely. I've been there 20 years, and City Hall, being such a unique building, has certain conditions that, with today's technology, doesn't necessarily comply with or jive with, because of the fact that the building is a historical building and it's an older building. So if I want to take tab A and put it into slot B, I'm sorry, slot B is actually slot C, and it doesn't fit. So as a skilled tradesperson, I've got to find a way to either A, make it work, or B, inform my superiors that we're going to have a problem with this because it doesn't exist, because the conditions are great, are beyond what with the tools that we have to make that thing happen. So at least it gives you the opportunity to say, well, maybe we need to explore other options then.
Thank you. I'm glad I now know that impact.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions of this deputant? Okay. On that note, we thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
And that then leaves us with Mr. York, Mike York.
All right, Mr. Mayor and councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And I'm just going to do a quick wrap up. You know, we wanted to put the members in front of the councillors here at the committee, as Councillor Carroll has said, to put a human face on the deliberations that you're making. So these are the impacts that can happen into individuals. And in Mr. Law's case, he's one representative of hundreds of workers that work at the city and elsewhere amongst all the building trades. So in terms of the aspect, what's going to happen if the city doesn't opt out of 66, we don't know what can happen. And I think that your labor relations folks don't know either. And the ability to make contributions on benefit plans and on pension plans, as has been mentioned by Councillor Carroll earlier, that's restricted. That's restricted to affiliated employers. So there's a lot of things that are not really totally up in the air, and that's driving a lot of concern from individual members, but also certainly from the union itself. And you can hear when they're speaking how proud they are of their trade and how proud they are of their organization. And I can tell you, we're extremely proud of them as well. They made a commitment to this industry, they made a commitment to the city, and they're participating in an excellent manner. And we have a great legacy behind us, but I believe we have a great legacy ahead of us as well. Our commitment is also, we're very proud of our relationship with the city, as I mentioned earlier, around community benefits, around outreach to youth, around outreach to women, and that came up earlier in the discussion here today, around outreach to Canadian soldiers as they transition out of the military. And it's an auspicious day that we're talking about that because of D-Day's commemoration this morning. But that's our role in the industry, and we're very proud of our relationship with the City of Toronto to accomplish that. So you've heard directly from the members, you heard a little bit from myself and Mark, so I'll just close there, and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Questions of Mr. York as a deputant. Councillor Layton.
Can we talk about the safety issues? Because that's, I think, a major concern given, like you hear about industrial accidents regularly, and about the conditions of work and what organized and skilled trades
As you heard earlier from Desiree, you know, we recognize the construction industry is one that's extremely dangerous. And probably an example no clearer than on Christmas Eve 2009 when 5 workers fell and 4 fell to their deaths from an apartment building in Rexdale area. That's a huge disaster for the whole construction industry. That should never have happened. It came out later in the inquest. Were those workers tied off? No. Did they have safety harness? No. Did they have training? No. Were they informed of their right to refuse? No. That's what happens on non-union job sites. So we took it under our belt. We knew that we had to do the training. We're doing training all the time in any event. But when the government of the day changed the legislation to improve training and working at heights, we took it upon ourselves to train our 15,000 members in the GTA in less than 6 months.
And you'd know this better than I would, but as the employer, if we're a non-construction employer but employing or have work being done by contractors, non-unionized contractors, and there is an emergency, a crisis, there is an injury on the site, do you know what the city's liability is in that?
There are liabilities, there's responsibilities, and it runs right up the food chain to the client. The buyer of construction is obligated as well. So the layers of responsibility are very clear.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Layton. Other questions of Mr. York? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Okay, so the next three are Sean Reed, Progressive Contractors Association, Brian Dykema, Cardis, and Phil Gillies, Ontario Construction Consortium. So if they want to get ready, Mr. Reed is first.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to provide our comments and thoughts on the difference Bill 66 could make for the City of Toronto. I'm Sean Reed, Vice President and Regional Director, Ontario for the Progressive Contractors Association of Canada. Our member companies employ thousands of skilled workers across Ontario represented by the CLAC Labour Union. We're urging City Council to follow the recommendation of the City Manager and take no action on Bill 66. Until the passage of this legislation in April, only 9 select building trades unions and their affiliated contractors have been allowed to work on ICI construction work for the City of Toronto. This is not about union versus non-union. It's about a certain subset of unions who've had special access to city work for years. Why should only workers in select unions be allowed to work on city projects while highly qualified workers in other unions or workers with no union affiliation at all be shut out? Contrary to what others may say, this practice actually excludes many of the most experienced and specialized construction professionals from building City of Toronto projects. For example, no fewer than 5 of the leading self-performing contractors that build water and wastewater treatment facilities in Ontario have been shut out of these projects in Toronto for decades, simply because their tradespeople are not affiliated with the right union or have no union affiliation at all. Bill 66 ends this unfair practice. It opens up the City of Toronto's construction market so that all qualified workers and all qualified companies have an equal opportunity to build this city. There's no rationale for maintaining the current restrictions, and here's why. First, the suggestion that specific contractors and unions must be used in order to guarantee safe work is false. The City of Toronto has one of the most rigorous pre-qualification processes known in the industry, through which all city contractors are required to demonstrate an exemplary track record for safe work and robust health and safety practices across the board. Second, in an open tendering environment, the city's fair wage policy and other social and workforce development programs can and should continue with participation from the entire construction community. PCA members are 100% committed to the city's fair wage policy. In fact, most are already paying at or above fair wage rates. And like all of you, we are committed to building a modern, diverse, inclusive skilled trades workforce in Toronto and across the province. We've been vocal advocates of this for years. Finally, Bill 66 preserves the right of workers to union representation in their workplace. It's their right, and nothing in Bill 66 changes that. This is Toronto's opportunity to embrace competition and fairness. We're urging you to help this city be progressive, to give all good companies and all qualified workers a chance to build local projects and save millions in public tax dollars by taking no action on Bill 66. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Very much, sir. Other questions? Deputy Mayor Minimum.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, some of the other individuals who actually have the benefit of being within the city have been proudly talking about all the safety programs and apprenticeship programs that they have, and I guess underlying that is the suggestion that the ones that are unsafe, don't have apprentice programs, don't have training programs, don't have health and safety programs. Would you like to make some comment and tell us whether that's true or not?
Sure. I can only speak for the progressive contractors, the CLAC unionized contractors, 90% of whom, or about roughly 90% of whom, employ or registered apprentices today. We've developed partnerships with organizations that specialize in attracting women to the trades. We've employed or deployed partnerships with a focus on bringing in youth at risk. There's a marvelous organization called Portage that we've worked with a lot on these kinds of issues. Same with First Nations people. We're absolutely committed to these. We have a proven track record in this area.
So also they also talk about that they're involved in the community in the city. The suggestion is that perhaps that other organizations that want to be part of the city are not. Can you talk a little bit about your investment in communities?
Sure. I mean, we have a very strong record of investing in communities. But I want to say one other thing too. None of this, of what we're talking about, precludes the city from continuing its robust community benefit programs and social procurement programs. Our members are 100% ready to participate in those programs. Under the previous provincial government, I sat in the same room with Mr. York and Patrick Dillon and others along their side advocating for community benefit agreements. We support community benefit agreements. The only stipulation we have is that all labor models be included in those agreements. So for the progressive contractor community who I speak for, you can count on us continuing to uphold the same values that you want to bring. Those are our values as well.
There's also the suggestion that in terms of employee pension and benefits, that the organizations that are associated with the City of Toronto have them, and that those that want to participate with the city do not. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Again, I can only speak for our organization, but every one of our members is under a collective agreement with wage rates that are, as I mentioned in my remarks, at or above fair wage rates. They have robust pension and benefit programs. We believe in these. We believe fundamentally in the dignity of every worker, and we compensate them accordingly.
So for you, is this just about fairness, having your employees?
Final question.
It is absolutely
compete on for the same work as another organization?
Yes, we share your values on social procurement and on workforce development. We simply want the opportunity to bid with our workers.
I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, that'll be it. Thank you very much. Are there other questions of this deputant? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, what is a progressive contractor? Why is your organization called Progressive Contractors?
Because we have there's a whole variety of reasons for that. I don't know how familiar you are with the labor relations space, but we occupy what's called the alternatively unionized sector. CLAC is considered an alternative union. It's not got the same structure as the building trades unions. We have a very collaborative relationship with our workforces and with our labor partner. And out of that, we have a number of productivity and collaboration advantages that come into our workspace. For example, we don't have any jurisdictional disputes because all of the workforce on a multi-trade work site are on one team. There's not, in some other environments, you might have multiple labor unions on the same site, and the jurisdictional disputes sometimes come up. We don't have those kinds of issues. We also have 100% name hire, which means you bring on the best people for the best jobs all the time. So there's a number of different aspects that set our model apart. But that's not to disparage the carpenters or any other group. I have an enormous respect for what they're doing. This is simply about giving our model the fair shake as well.
So, so just to clarify, so if you do name hiring, how? And I'm trying to understand the collaboration. who are you collaborating with, and how do you ensure you have got the best wage for your workers? I heard you mention that in another answer. How do you go about getting that best wage?
Those, I'm going to defer a little bit to probably CLAC is a little bit better positioned to answer some of these questions, but each of our collective agreements is negotiated individually between the direct employer and CLAC on behalf of the workforce. And those negotiations typically would evaluate what the prevailing wages are in each market and ensure that that those workers are compensated as competitively as possible in those regions.
Okay, and is it your organization, or do we rely on each of the separate companies that your workers would be in? What is the policy around bringing women into the workforce?
Well, the answer is both. We work collaboratively. We actually facilitate. In fact, just recently we released a new resource for our members, particularly on recruiting women into the workforce. And we have partnerships not only here, but there's actually some really innovative work happening in Western Canada. We're a national organization, so we bring a lot of that expertise here to Ontario as well, and then we make that available to our contractors, and then we monitor what they're doing.
Impact? Do you
Absolutely.
track if
Yep.
they
Yeah, we got. I'll be honest. Like the rest of the industry, we got work to do, but we're. I can tell you, we are trying.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, thank you. Can you just describe how large your organization, how many members you have? Do you work in, like, what municipalities do you work in outside of Toronto? I just want to get a sense of the size of your organization.
Sure. Well, there are, I believe, I have to defer to my colleague from CLAC a little bit, but I believe there's roughly about 150 CLAC-affiliated contractors, all in the sort of mid-size range. So we're not the biggest fish in the ocean by any stretch. What I would say is we do have sector leadership, particularly in the area of infrastructure, and particularly, I mentioned before, for the relevance of what we're discussing here today, in areas like schools and particularly water and wastewater treatment. So 5 of the top 10 builders of water and wastewater treatment in this province are our members. There are at least 25 projects right now built across the province by our member companies and their workers. So this is a particular area of strength for us, as well as bridge building and schools and a few other sectors. But infrastructure in general is kind of our bread and butter in this province.
So when you're looking at with regard, so just be a little more specific, I assume, in the city of Toronto, what sort of contracts and what sort of work would you be specifically in an open environment competing with or for?
Well, it would be principally ICI buildings. There were some discussions about police stations and other things earlier today. Those would be the kinds of things we might compete for. And of course, things like water and wastewater infrastructure. Anything in that ICI space, which is essentially buildings.
And do you think in this environment, if we do look to opt out, that you feel that you could be competitive?
If the city was not to opt out?
Yes, that's what I meant.
We believe, particularly in some sectors, we would be competitive. But again, the building trades have incumbency advantage, and that's their good on them. So we would lose some too, and that's how business goes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Any other questions of this deputant? Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate, Mr. Reid, your comments. I hope I'm not mispronouncing the name. Is it Brian Dykema, Cardis?
Very good.
Thank you.
It's very good.
Thank
Mayor
you for
Grant.
being here, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Dykema. I'm the Program Director for Work and Economics at Cardis. I'm the author or co-author with leading economists or procurement experts on about 8 papers on this subject. I'm going to try to share some of that insight with you. The key question that faces Council today is whether the City of Toronto will be a city that follows its own stated principles of being an open city, or whether it will be a closed city. Whether it is willing to work with any qualified person or group that wishes to build Toronto, regardless of their private choices, or whether it wishes to discriminate against those people and reward a small group of businesses, let's not forget there are businesses involved, that have a financial interest in the closed and restricted system we have now. The city's procurement directives that govern procurement say this, quote, "Whenever possible, competitive methods of procurement will be used to obtain the best value for the city." Ladies and gentlemen, a competitive method of procuring construction to build the splash pads, water treatment plants, and affordable housing that Torontonians need is now possible. This is how the City of Toronto defines competition, a situation where, quote, "suppliers are given an equal opportunity to bid." Currently, a large swath of suppliers are prevented any opportunity to bid because their workers have exercised their constitutional and personal right to associate in ways that they think are best for them and their families. To elect to stay closed is to elect for the City of Toronto to be against equal opportunity. And I don't think this is the ethos of the city. If you want to keep the Golden State Warriors from bidding, everyone would be on your side. But forbidding Torontonians from working in their city is just wrong. Research shows that there is no compelling interest to stay closed. You've heard that the unions are safer. That is being based on a paper conducted by the OCS, and they failed to control for one of the most important variables, which is pre-qualification criteria by the owner of the project. That's the criteria that the City of Toronto already has and that drives it. There are other organizations like the IHSA, the City of Toronto's own policies that drive safety. I'd like to speak a little bit to the numbers. Our numbers about the cost savings from opening competition range from 8 to 25%. We've been criticized for not being more precise, but the fact is it simply reflects the dynamism of the market. The 1.7% number that the city gave that was from the staff report, and I'm going to quote here, is only accounted for one factor. This is what the city report said. These are the things that affect the price of construction. The overall state of the economy, the state of the construction industry specifically, the amount of competition between firms, the ability to negotiate on access to and prices for equipment, materials, and labor. Only one of those variables was considered in the staff report. The 1.7% number is not likely reliable. These numbers are not arbitrary or made up by us. They represent the work done by organizations such as the OECD, economists from the University of Toronto, and basic competition theory. And our result from places like Waterloo, where the bidding pool shrunk by over 50% as a result of closed tendering, support that theory. This is not some idiosyncratic view, but a settled consensus. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to remember that closed tendering treats the City of Toronto like a private firm that is driven by the profit motive rather than public service. It is not. The City of Toronto is a corporation motivated by a desire to serve all of its citizens, regardless of their private beliefs, associations, and identities, and to provide them all with an equal opportunity to build the beautiful city in which they live, work, and play.
All right. And on that, thank you. You were finished. Thank you very much. Are there some questions of the deputy? Okay. Well, thank you so much. Phil Gillies, Ontario Construction Consortium.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Pleased to appear today on behalf of the Ontario Construction Consortium to talk about the download provision of Bill 66. The Ontario Construction Consortium believes the interests of Toronto are best served by remaining within the contractual agreements that you have with the province's construction unions. The existing arrangement militates towards high-quality work, safer job sites, and a robust training sector. And the magnitude of perceived savings cited by proponents of open shop tendering are, we believe, wildly inaccurate. I'd ask you to consider the following points. Those who tell you that the city stands to save tens of millions of dollars through the proposed change and speak of construction projects saving 15, 25, we've even heard 40% of the cost. These claims just fly in the face of evidence and in fact defy logic. Typically, only 20 to 30% of the cost of a major construction project is labor. 70% plus is materials, equipment, engineering, design, front office, financing, leasing, and rental costs. So if the unionized labor is 10 to 20% more expensive than non-unionized, which is a reasonable estimate when you consider that Toronto does have a fair wage policy, then the differential is possibly 10 or 20% of 20 to 30%. There's a lot of numbers there, I grant you. But the point is, if you add all that up, probably the difference to the cost of the overall project is possibly 2 to 4% of the total. Your own staff report, however, 2008, I have it right here, under the signature of City Manager Shirley Hoy, that report did an economic analysis and said the difference is 1.75%. Now, the staff report you have before you today says we didn't have time to do an economic analysis, and in fairness, with the timelines that were imposed on you by the province, that's actually understandable and credible. But you do, some years ago, have an economic analysis, and it established, for the purposes of Toronto Council, the difference was 1.75%. These differences in price we're talking about apply only to contract costs. And I'd like to leave you with the following thoughts. The unionized construction sector operates 95 state-of-the-art training centers across the province. They generate 1.4 million hours of training for apprenticeships and trainees every year. If the sector is weakened, and that, I might add, costs the unions $40 million of their own money every year. If the sector is weakened, who's going to pick up that cost? In the current economic environment, do you think the province is going to pay for it? I wonder. If I may finish, I know I'm a few seconds over, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Layton's point about safety. There is, in fact, empirical evidence that unionized job sites are substantially safer. Study done by the Institute for Work and Health looked at 7 years of WSIB claims from 45,000 construction firms in Ontario between 2006 and 2012. That very robust and peer-reviewed study found that the rate of accidents on the unionized construction sites was 23% lower, and when it came to serious life-threatening injuries, 29% lower.
All right.
So
I'll stop you right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody may ask a question about that.
Okay.
Are there questions, Councillor Carroll?
Yes, thank you. Phil, you bring up a really good point. The business model around unions, the way they organize their leadership, where do they get their money to pay for that training?
Well, they get the money from their members.
They get it from their members. So in effect, their members pay for the training and succession plan because they're working and their dues are paying for the next wave of people who will do their job.
Well, if you look at the training centers, Councillor Carroll, there are 95 across the province. I think about 25 here in the GTA, substantial state-of-the-art centers. There is provincial support for them, but $40 million a year comes from the painters union, electrical workers, the carpenters, and so on. It's a very, very substantial investment, and I have to wonder where that money comes from if the unions aren't able to put it in.
Right. So if we're working with contractors who aren't collecting dues, they might still get the same amount of training money from other organs of government, but their business model pretty much tells us where they would pass the cost, what their members are bearing now, they'd pass that cost along to whoever holds their contracts, would they not?
That's right.
Which is us,
yep.
In this case.
Which is you.
Thank you.
Just, if I may, on the question of pensions and benefits, we have to keep in mind, you know, the Premier is fond of saying at the end of the day there's only one taxpayer, and I agree with that. The unionized workers are much more likely to have pensions and benefits. When they get sick, when they're injured, when they retire, they are much less likely to be dependent on publicly funded programs like old age supplement and so on. That's another saving to the public purse of maintaining the system that you've had in place for 60 years.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Other questions of the Deputy, Mr. Gillies? Okay. Mr. Gillies, thank you very much.
Mayor.
So the final three, I think Mr. James St. John has taken himself off the list. So the final three, we have four. So just the next three are Bill McLeod, Michael Healy, and Barry Binns. So if they could prepare themselves at the front, and Mr. McLeod is first.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. My name is Bill McLeod, and I thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you today about open tendering. I've lived in the City of Toronto for 50 years, and I currently work for a large contractor, and I'm in charge of the mechanical group there. As an open shop contractor, we're not a member of the union or of CLAC. We are forbidden to bid on city work for my group. We have several professional engineers and 20 Ontario licensed tradesmen, many of whom are Red Seal, as said before by my union colleagues. They're the highest quality and highest trained in the province. So these are the type of workers that have previously been excluded from bidding on your work. For those of us that live in Toronto and must drive out to projects in York, Peel, and Durham regions, all who have open tendering, where we do work on their water and sewage plants on a regular basis. As a taxpayer in this city, it's unfair that only a select group are allowed to bid, and this is driving up costs for the taxpayer. I've heard a lot of misinformation from others say that open shop contractors do this and that. Let me state a few points for you to consider. Safety. Most companies working in the water and wastewater industry are core certified. As stated before, it's the highest certification available, and it's available both to union and non-union contractors, and we have that. Pay. We pay at and above union rates, so fair wage is no issue at all. We have to do that to maintain our staff, otherwise they'll go elsewhere. Work week. Our mechanical workers work 5 and sometimes 6 days a week, and are all paid according to the Ontario labor laws, time and a half after 44 hours. Staff, we have a diverse workforce, including all the different ethnic groups and Aboriginals. So with us paying staff similar to closed shops, how will there be savings? We've had questions on that. Well, currently there are a couple of strikes going on where the plumbers and sheet metal workers are trying to maintain their status quo of a 4-day work week, 36 hours. So think about the cost to the owners, i.e. us, the taxpayers, of what this does. By working a 4-day work week, construction schedules take 20% more. So the contractor will bid the job, and he'll have the tower crane, site trailers, washrooms, project managers, site superintendents, your city staff, your consultants are all on the project, an additional 20%. That's what drives up the cost of the projects, not the hourly rate for the worker. Water and wastewater projects usually require a number of shutdowns after hours when the flows are reduced. For closed shops, after hours, in the case of the plumbers union, require double time. It's either straight time during regular working hours or double time after hours. Our open shop contractors pay a shift premium of 15%, and therefore there's substantial savings any time the city requires after hours work.
I'll ask you just to conclude now, if you could.
Okay. In conclusion, restricting tendering to a few inside groups drives up Toronto's costs and may make the projects take longer. By allowing open tendering, both open and closed contractors can bid on the work, and the citizens of Toronto can receive better value for the construction dollars.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Mr. McLeod, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
Yes, thank you. There have been a lot of deputations. Even the last deputant said that your job sites aren't as safe as theirs. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, we work on GO Transit water and wastewater plants in most of the areas around Toronto, and our workers aren't having any difficulty.
Are you aware of any statistics that show that that there are more accidents on your job sites than there are on others?
No. If you take all the statistics, and he's comparing open shop to union, he's also including the ones that are very small firms that are working in residential construction. He's including all those statistics in it. If he looks at people that are doing ICI work and compares it to open shop contractors and CLAC contractors doing ICI work, you won't find the difference. In fact, you'll find the opposite.
So that's an important point. They're taking residential construction and throwing into ICI.
I believe so.
When you do that, you kind of are spoiling the sample. You're no longer comparing apples to apples, and so it's no longer a valid comparison. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's important. And the last deputant says you guys aren't very well trained, and you're not going to get paid, and you know, you guys are going to get paid like substantially reduced wages.
No, we pay more than union, and that's how we keep them out.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Perruzza, questions?
Yeah. Describe a little bit. So you're a contractor, is that it? You work for a contracting firm? What kind of work do you do? Like your contracting firm typically
I'm in
build
charge of the mechanical group, and I have to look after the plumbing and equipment in water and wastewater plants. My general contractor, we're all at the same company. We employ carpenters, laborers. We do the concrete work, the forming work, all that type of work.
Fine, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is how do you do that? You're like a contracting firm, and then you subcontract work to other contractors?
When we work in the City of Toronto, we are required to do that. When we do work in York, Durham, and Peel work, we do it with our own trained tradesmen.
So you actually have, you employ people directly, tradespeople directly that do the work. How many tradespeople do you employ, more or less, across the year?
200.
Pardon?
200.
So you employ 200 essentially licensed tradespeople in the various
Mostly carpenters and plumbers and laborers.
Do those employees have a pension?
The company contributes 5% to their RSP on their behalf, and they have matching up to it, which is similar dollar values to what the unions do. The difference is, in the union plan, if you don't make it to their magic number of so many years of service, their pension amounts are greatly cut back. So if you make it all the way through, you get all the loot. But if you don't, it's cut back. We give it to our workers, and if they decide later on that they want to go work for a union company or go work for CLAC, they take the money with them. It's their money. It's in a registered pension plan.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sure.
Thanks, Councillor Perruzza. Other Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. The contracting company, what's the name of the contracting company you work for?
I'm not here representing them today. I'm representing myself as a Toronto citizen.
So the contracting company that you work for built Tim Hortons Field, and is that the same company? Were they involved in the construction of Tim Hortons Field?
The company that ran that was a foreign Spanish conglomerate.
But it included the contracting company that you work for?
Yes, we were a subcontractor there.
Who the Hamilton City Council, I don't know if they did, but they just about limited the company you work for from applying for further contracts.
That's expired.
That's expired now.
Yes. And let me.
Can you tell me the results of the lawsuit?
On that particular project, the mechanical group was not involved at all.
Your group wasn't involved, but it was the same. It was the contracting company that you were that your subgroup you direct. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Layton. Other questions of this deputy? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Michael Healy is next. Mr. Healy, how are you doing? You've got 3 minutes, and we welcome you here.
All right. I just want to start by saying thank you for letting me speak. I've been a resident of Toronto since the day I was born. I've also been a tradesperson for the last 10 years, but I'm not able to work in the City of Toronto. And that's because I currently work for an open shop construction company. I'm not able to contribute to the extensive construction to better the city I've lived in my whole life, just because I work for this open shop company, a company with one of the highest safety ratings and cultures in the business. Now, this is possible through their investment in employee training, whether it be in-house, third-party, such as the Ontario Health and Safety Association. And they're also invested in the improvement of their workers, which I myself am a product of, as through them I've completed my Red Seal training and passed the test. So I'm now a licensed carpenter. I feel I can speak for all tradespeople really standing here saying that we take great pride in the work we've done. And how can you not be excited about working and contributing to the city you live in? Toronto is a large city with extensive and numerous opportunities when it comes to construction. So whether it's a union company or an open shop, why can't those opportunities be there for both? I stand here because the opportunity has been presented to ask the question, why should an open shop tradesperson not be given the opportunity to perform work to improve this city? For example, if a general contractor is able to get these jobs in the city of Toronto because they've pre-qualified and obviously been deemed competent as a general contractor, now why can't that same contractor who has employees who, again, are most likely competent, because why would they now take the risk of not employing competent workers, not be able to use those workers to actually do the jobs in the city? You know, to say they're unsafe, like I said, the training in-house, the daily safety meetings in the morning before you start your work to inform you, you know, the scope of work, the tools needed, any hazards present, whether that be a confined space and the forms you need to fill out, whether you're using a machine, which you've always, can't go on unless you've been trained for, but there's always a chance it's a new machine. And so as workers, as a team, you look out for each other and you help each other. So to say, you know, it's unsafe is, I think, false, because the end goal is to get home at the end of the day. And the company I work for, given an open shop, that's number one priority, go home. Number two is the quality of work you can perform. Because if you can't go home, then you can't perform the work. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for those comments, Mr. Healy. Are there questions of the deputy? All right. Well, we thank you very much for being here today and for your patience. Barry Binns. Mr. Binns, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes. We welcome you here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And like the gentleman before me, I'm also a tradesman. I'm a 55-year-old plumber, and I've been in this industry for over 30 years. I work for an open shop contractor, and as of a little while ago, I was looking forward to doing some work in Toronto. I'm a tradesman, and I take great pride in my work, and there's nothing better than after you've finished a job to be able to go over and look at it and go over all the details and say, I did that, I did that, I did that. Unfortunately, for me, in the city of Toronto, I don't have that. So the satisfaction. There's been a lot of talk about money and safety. I don't think I can improve on any of that discussion. All I really think is that this seems like the fair thing to do, to have open tendering, and I just hope that you decide to go ahead with it.
Thank you, Mr. Binns. Questions of the deputy? Hearing none, I appreciate your being here and your patience.
Thank you.
Dave McDonald.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I am a past chair of the Merit Open Shop Contractors Association, now retired for the last 4 years. I had to come here because my life's work is invested in your decision here. I don't want to take away from Mr. Basili's claim, but I think this is the most important issue you're going to be dealing with today. The bottom line is our infrastructure is rotting, and it's a direct result of the city being taken over by the unionized trades and their contractors 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when I was making deputations to council and to the province, we did not talk about a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure deficit, because infrastructure deficit is basically a state of good repair deficit. And who does the small state of good repair projects? The little guys. And those are the ones who got thrown out of city tendering and school board tendering and housing tendering. It's a direct result. There's no doubt in my mind at all. So There's 4 reasons basically why the city should not opt out of open tendering. First one is fair and ethical. It's against city policy to do so. You have a fair wage policy. It's always been there. The other guys, they broke it. They violated it. They imposed these conditions on you. No city, council, or government, committee, or representative has ever voted to have these restrictions. They were imposed by the private sector, trade by trade, where the union sat down with their employers, their contractors, and they changed the wording in their collective agreements to entrap the city. And the same thing has happened in all the other municipalities where this is affected. All right? It was direct corporate action to impose their will on the City of Toronto. And this is what is in my document. We have a situation now where every 3 years, as the city manager reports, the building trades, trade by trade, sit down, union, contractors, and they make an agreement. And just as the City of Toronto negotiates with the CUPE workers about contracting out garbage, all right, to the benefit of the public, the contractors and the trades sit down and they negotiate contracts for their private profit and benefit, not the city profit, not the city benefit. So they come here after having a monopoly, the carpenters in particular, 27 years ago this started. They come here and they say how wonderful they are, and they've proven it, right? But that's only after they've kicked us out and so given us no opportunity to prove it. If we'd been working, all right, we would have the same status we have in the entire GTA. Every municipality in this province wants out of these repressive conditions. Every municipality in this province who has ever faced with a certification from a building trade fought it, including the City of Toronto.
All right, sir, and I appreciate your comments, and we'll have to ask you to conclude there, and there may be a question for you. Any questions for Mr. McDonald, our final deputant of the afternoon on this item? Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience and your comments, Mr. McDonald. Okay, that brings us to the end of the deputations, and unless there's anybody that had thought they were going to be heard who hasn't been, we would move to questions of staff. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been highlighted in some of the deputations and in one of the submissions that there's a body of work from the Institute of Work and Health. Was that examined as part of the city's report? We'll let you get comfy.
Through the chair, no, we didn't have that particular report that was referenced about.
Why wouldn't we have had the benefit of that? It strikes me that that was one of the core things is the safety of and quality of the work, and I'm just wondering why we wouldn't have included that.
Sorry, are you speaking about a specific report that was referred to?
There's 2 reports that were referred to in the deputations and in one of the submissions that speak to this Institute of Work and Health.
I did actually review the report.
Okay.
Yes, and the report, I mean, to the comment that was made earlier, compared union and non-union shops and made some conclusions about the health and safety. And I think it was actually some of it might have been referred to in our report, the fact that we did look at the health and safety records. The reality of it, to the point that was made, is it's hard to compare. I mean, the context is different, and the context is different in terms of the city's health and safety requirements, so that when you're considering the industry as a whole, that in an industry as a whole, there aren't specifically the same health and safety requirements that the city has in its own procurement policies, and so that we felt that our context was distinguishable from the overall broader industry trends. That we feel that the city's procurement processes does offer additional protections that are not exactly the case elsewhere.
So, but based on the findings of those reports, it pointed to the use of non-unionized contractors, notwithstanding what city policies exist. Have we made any allowances for what could be an increase in higher rates of injury on projects or increases in the lost time due to injury.
Okay. Through the mayor, I would say in response to that one of the things that we looked at is our entire context. The reality of it is that the city is currently unionized in the ICI sector, which accounts for about 33% of our work, and we're non-union in the non-ICI sector. So we actually do have both union and non-union workers, right, contractors right now that are working with us, and we don't have any data in our context that suggests that there is a higher health and safety concern in our non-ICI sector. And the reality of it is that the reality of the construction industry in Toronto is that it is highly unionized. So one of the things that we factored in is that should the city become non-unionized with the particular trades to which we're currently bound, that we expect that we will probably continue to do a lot of work with our union partners as we do right now. So it's not. So it isn't to staff's analysis. It was not a union or non-union conversation. It was like an analysis of the broader context.
But with words like expect and probably work with, those are the ones that leave that room for we could be in instances where we're not.
Final question.
Through the mayor, I would say yes, that we could, through open tendering, be working with non-union employers. That's correct. And our procurement documents would still require them to meet the same health and safety requirements, whether they're unionized or not.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, thank you. In the report, well, actually, right up front in the financial impact, there's a table, and again in the body of the report it's broken down by IC&I, et cetera, where we see the total number of contracts, and there's a column called proportion, but it's listed in percentages and not totaled. What does that proportion mean?
Through the mayor, that's the proportion of the total contracts awarded in 2018 that were awarded in those particular sectors. So ICI sector accounted for 33% of the $1.8 billion of construction contracts we awarded in 2018.
Okay, so there was 1.8 billion, but it hasn't been converted over into dollars or percentages. So to try and get at the financial impact, I had to do that myself. So out of this 1.8, we're really only talking about 563 million of them.
Sorry, you asking? Sorry, through the mayor, you're asking what the cost and the spending in the ICI sector is?
Well, I'm asking what that column means in your report.
The proportion, to Michael's point, the proportion of the entire spending on construction that is in each of the sectors. So 33% of the city's spending on construction projects in 2018 was in the ICI sector. 18% of the spending was in heavy construction, 10% in road work, and 39% in sewer and water main. Does that help clarify?
Okay, that helps clarify. And in one of the deputations, we heard an estimate, and you know it may be colored by the position the deputant was taking. Did you look at the proportion of the contracts on average that is in fact the labor cost?
Through the chair, we, bearing in mind the 2008 report that we had written, talked about labor costs, we looked at more as what is the overall impact if there's more competition. So labor being a component, we note in the report that the fair wage rate and the collective agreement rates are very similar at this point in time. Mm-hmm. So, but we still believe that there's a potential for savings on the fact that people are competing. When there's more competition, they will get more, look at different ways to find efficiencies in their bids on particular calls. That's right. That's why we did not say that we know for certain that we will get savings, but we did indicate that there's potential for savings from increased competition. And we've indicated if we took the low range of 2 to 8% on the ICI work itself, we could look at potentially $12 to $48 million.
Right. So that's you calculate the savings on the cost of the total contract, but that's why the numbers are low, because the savings you're talking about are only from a certain percentage of the contract, just the labor costs within. Well, that's why the savings surprise some. Why are these savings so small?
Okay.
But that speaks to the fact that the entire cost of the contract is not labor.
Last question.
Right. Oh, okay.
Actually,
That's my last question.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I
okay.
just clarify on that point? I think the savings are calculated not on labor costs. The savings are through the chair, are calculated based on the ICI portion alone, because it's only in the ICI sector that we're currently certified by the unions. So it's 2 to 8% of the $616 million that is spent in the ICI sector. That's how we arrived at that number.
So you didn't look at what is the proportion of that $616 million that is in fact the labor cost inside the contract?
Through the chair, we didn't, because we do not anticipate that the savings will be primarily from labor costs.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Minimum.
On the health and safety issues, there are a number of organizations that can't bid on city work right now, but a number of those organizations there are other unions, and they have robust health and safety programs. Is that fair? And apprenticeship programs. Is that right?
Through the chair, the non-union and associates like PAC will have their own training and health and safety requirements.
Right, and then you're also saying that that for some certain part of your argument, I think, is what you were saying was we also have our own health and safety requirements, which are an insurance policy to make sure that if they don't, that they on their job sites, we have our own requirements that are going to make sure that the job sites have to be kept safe.
Through the chair, that's correct. The city requires all construction contractors to have achieved the Certificate of Recognition program from the Infrastructure Health and Safety Association. We've been implementing that over the last 3 years it's a third-party audit of a company's health and safety policy to ensure that the companies that we're doing business with take health and safety very seriously.
So there's an insurance policy. So if people say that our sites aren't going to be safe because someone hasn't taken a proper training program, we've got fail-safes in our own system, correct?
Through the chair, yes, we require that of all bidders.
Okay. My second question is, I don't think anyone's asked this, but it just occurred to me, if you have more bidders and more companies, then potentially you can get more done. And I'm just wondering, because we've just got such a backlog, and at the end of the year, there are a lot of projects that are, we have to move money over the next year because they're not finished. And I'm wondering whether if we have more available contractors, that we could get more work done that is, getting backlogged in the system.
Through the chair, I would say that's a potential, although I would point out that we still need, it's all dependent upon the labor that they can bring to bear to the contract.
So for example, I'll give the example is, so for example, let's say there's a road that we can't get through our roads budget, and we're always pushing money over the next year because we can't get the tenders out and we can't get the projects finished. If there's more available work, we potentially get more of those roads paved.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify that we are currently certified in the ICI sector alone. We're not, so road work is not a sector that we're certified in.
What about in other projects that are there?
ICI?
ICI, we could get more projects done more quickly?
I would defer to
or more quickly.
Well, through the chair, I think the other thing to consider is that the city would have to be able to put out that work, right? So it's not.
Well, that's you.
Yes, that would be me and the divisions involved. But if we can continue to push out the work, then it's possible that we can expand through more contractors being in play.
Okay, thank you.
That was the final question. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other questioners of staff? Deputy Mayor Bylaw.
So we talk about the industry. So to your knowledge, what percentage of the industry is unionized versus non-unionized? Because you just mentioned this is a highly unionized industry. So what are we having this discussion around? What's the percentage that it's unionized?
I do not have a percentage on the
So
number
how many
through
more
the chair.
So you recommended that we're going to have all these extra bids if we go non-unionized, not knowing what percentage of more companies are out there? So we could be having a discussion that 90% of the industry is unionized, then there's only 10% non-unionized?
Through the chair, the staff analysis is based on the fact that currently we are restricted in the number of people who can bid on our projects.
But
So
what's
even
that
if
total number?
what's the total number of people in the industry?
What's the discussion here? What's the universe in the industry? What's the percentage? We all know, and you said it, this is a highly unionized industry. We know. So what's the percentage out there? Your argument is we might have savings because there's competition in the bidders. So if we're good, how much more competition are we going to get out there? Is it 10% more, or it's really not 10% more because there's just other unions that are out there?
Through the chair, I don't think we can provide an indication of who will now come to bid. In the ICI sector, there could be non-union companies that are in Toronto but doing business in other municipalities. There could be, in the example of CLAC, a different type of union. And a lot of it could be at the subcontractor level, which we are not.
I got it. We don't have the number. Who inspects? So I know that unions have health and safety inspectors. They have wage inspectors. They have all those. They do their own inspections. So if we go non-unionized, who's going to do those inspections?
Through the chair, I would say that, as noted in the report, we do acknowledge that the reality of it is that if we go non-union in the ICI sector, that it would likely be necessary to make more of an investment in our Fair Wage office so that the Fair Wage office can do some additional inspections. The reality of it is now we work with our union partners on inspections, but we do so in the ICI sector as well as in the non-ICI sector where we're not unionized. So I mean, I think that's a big part of the analysis for the staff, is also the fact that our experience in our non-ICI sector.
How does this work with our community benefits agreement? We've been doing a lot of work into social procurement, community benefits agreement. How are we going to work without having strong training and apprenticeship programs?
Through the chair, it won't work without having those partnerships, to cut to the chase on that. In the same way that we have a concern about the potential impact on the resources required in the Fair Wage Office, equally, we have a concern about the impact on the city resource required to bridge any gaps that might emerge in terms of employment pipelines under community benefits.
That was your final question. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a policy at the city where generally speaking, with some exceptions, the lowest bid wins?
Through the chair, that in construction, the lowest bid meeting the requirements set in the call is usually the methodology used to select the bidder. Yes.
So when we put something out to tender, what percentage of the contracts that are awarded are single bidders, sole bidders? There's just weren't others bidding for it.
Through the chair, I don't have that specific number, but I can tell you that in the construction tenders, we have on average 4.2 bids based on the 2018 data.
When a couple of years ago, we were looking at procurement reform, where we were making it simpler and easier for organizations or companies to bid on city work. We were making the forms, the bidding materials shorter, less liability for the bidder, a number of different criteria. Have we made progress on that to allow for maybe smaller companies to bid, or making the bidding process easier?
Through the chair, we are implementing an electronic system so that bidding can take place online to help simplify the process. We're also trying to look and working with our division partners to determine what's the best mix of a particular how to go out to market. So we're trying to introduce some strategic thought process about how we might approach certain construction. whether we might need to break things out to encourage more smaller bidders or not, or to bring things together to make sure it's most efficient. If, though, in the ICI sector, any small bidders who wish to bid on that work would still need to be part of the union as currently placed. So this is the one opportunity of which we might be able to deal with something that's actually at the provincial level in terms of regulation. I have not been able, we cannot change anything in the procurement document to deal with the labor trades obligation.
So just last question. It seems to me, and I know there's an item actually in the agenda before us, that more and more companies who've won contracts with the City of Toronto come back to us saying it's insufficient funds to complete the job, and staff have to come back to council to add more funds to a project. I see Fire Services is here today. Is there a way to track how many times a contract is let, maybe lowest bidder wins, and then later they are coming back to council, maybe with scope creep, they blame the city, maybe it's their own fault, they ask for more money and we top it up?
Through the chair, I'm not sure how easy that would be to track, but I can only look back with the divisional partners to find out how we might be able to track that. It's not necessarily a result of low bidder. We also have to take into consideration what the market conditions were and also how we manage that project itself.
I mean, Union Station,
Final question.
St. Lawrence Market are two of the more prominent examples in recent years, and then we have a lot of stuff coming on the work and safety area where it's EMS, Fire Services, Police Services, where we're ordering bunker suits and various equipments, life-saving equipment, where a bid comes in, we award the contract, and they're coming back to committee for more. Is that more than anecdotal? Is it a trend?
Through the chair, I don't have the data to suggest that it's a trend or not.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak. And I think Councillor Fletcher just had one question that she didn't get in.
Yes,
so.
I just had one little clarification based on questions that Councillor Carroll had. And when we're looking at where some of the savings would be, sorry, and I may have it wrong, but I'm just looking kind of at, from Stats Canada, the cost structure for non-residential building construction, and it looks like about 48% of the project costs are non-labor costs. Did I hear you saying that you thought that even those costs might be reduced?
Through the chair, with increased competition, the bidders might be able to look to determine how they can be more efficient on a particular bid and look at how they might be able to achieve savings. I do not know exactly how a business will decide in how they bid, how they will achieve different savings, but they are in competition with, the more competition should drive people to sharpen their pencils.
Well, so materials, energy, and transportation, that's probably a pretty standard. All the equipment that you'd be using, would we not expect a certain standard on equipment? I mean, you might be able to underbid on that, but now you might not have equipment that's going to do a great job.
Through the chair, a company isn't necessarily buying new equipment for each new job, so how they might apportion the cost of the equipment across their multiple contracts, I don't know.
But it does seem to me that those are closer to fixed costs than any other fluctuating costs. So if we're looking at calculating savings, really and truly, I guess what I'm saying is you're introducing that 48% as a saving. You've done that.
Through the chair, I'm only suggesting that through the report that there's a potential for savings that the bidders can determine as businesses to figure out how they want to respond, taking into consideration the fact that they will still have to meet the fair wage rate.
Through the chair, the concern we would want to watch for is that price advantage isn't found through the training investments currently being made. So we would not want that to be the place that a potential bidder is finding the efficiency, and we would need to track that.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
So The partners that we are using invest significantly in training both facility and programs.
Yes.
In a more competitive environment where a bidder is looking for a place to get a price advantage, we would want to be looking very closely to make sure it's not in the training expenditures.
So
that the commitment to the level of training is maintained.
yes, and okay, these are pretty technical questions then regarding equipment for the job and reducing the bid price on those, which might not be our area of expertise. Would you agree?
Oh, all right.
It's not really our area of
That's a final
expertise
question.
unless you're a contractor.
That's correct. I'm not a expert on how to bid.
How to bid, right.
On the work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Any other, Councillor Nunziata?
Just one question, going back to Councillor Pasternak's questioning. Would you be able to give us a list of all the ones that have come forward that were the lowest bidder and come back through the committee asking for additional funding?
Through the chair, I think that it would take, is possible, but it would take quite a bit of effort to be able to, like, what's the time frame of that, and parameters.
Maybe there's a way that as we go forward that you can track it, and so when it comes forward to committee on government and licensing, that we know for a fact when there's additional funds that are being requested that the original bid was the lowest bid. Would we be able to work that in for as we move forward?
Through the chair, I'd have to look at that. I'd also like to point out when we come forward with an amendment, it's often that there is budget. It's simply an over expenditure on the contract. There are some occasions where we need to ask and go through the budget committee where we actually need additional funds.
Exactly, that's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other questions of staff? Okay. Then on that note, we can move to, we thank the staff very much. We can move to speakers who wishes to speak. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. There's a number of different issues at play here, and I think the one I'm most concerned with just came up in the questions from Councillor Fletcher to our city staff. But we've got two segments here. We've got the ICI sector piece, and we've got those tradespeople working within our facilities that know our facilities that have been doing that, and we have arrangements with unions around that work. And I think for different reasons, I don't see there being a pathway where we should be getting out of or changing what we've done to this stage. For our own for work that's done in-house by qualified individuals, we want to make sure that work is done right. Quality has to be at the front of that. Sure, safety I think plays a significant element too, but we don't want to be skimping when it comes to making sure that the facilities we have and we're building for city use are anything but being done by the best. The other side is, like, there seems to be evidence to suggest that there's an enormous safety component and concern that arises when we go to non-unionized contractors. And notwithstanding the answer that we had, that most of the work would still be done by unionized contractors, that doesn't mean all. And I don't want to be on council when we have to deal with an incident involving one of those non-unionized contractors and the work they're doing on behalf of the city. On the ICI piece specifically, though, when it came up that the community benefits could be at risk, like, this is a tool that we've used to try to shape the economy and the quality of life of some of our most vulnerable communities in the city. And I think everyone on executive, or most on executive, have been involved in some of these community benefit agreements before and are proud of what they've achieved by them. Well, if all of a sudden we have to start from scratch around partnerships, around how we make sure that those that are building the city and within our ICI sector are better reflective of the population, I think we're all of a sudden chipping away at what limited benefit might exist here. So for those reasons, I think that the risk that this brings on to the city, to the people doing the work that make our city such a great place to live, is too much. And if you look at some of what's been put before us, at the very best there are limited returns, and at the very worst there are additional liabilities that I don't think we should take on. All of that together with the notion that we would lose such a critical tool in the economic development of some communities in our city, I think it would be a mistake to deviate from the way that we conduct our business currently.
Thanks, Councillor Layton. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of confused by this because I have since, or Mr. Deputy Mayor, I guess, if you're leaving, I'm confused by this because I have, dating back since the time I was Chair of Public Works. In those days, we didn't have the regulation we have now. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, I don't know what you said. I wonder if we could start my time again because I'm a little nonplussed. I'm just wondering why the chair chose to comment in the middle of my speaking. Because you are the chair now, are you not?
Carry on.
Thank you. I would like my time adjusted, though. That was a little disturbing.
All right, we're all waiting.
Thank you. Are you going to adjust it?
Councillor, yes, I am.
Thank you. Thank you. And
You're
if you
very
could not interrupt my speaking again. So I'm confused at this competitive advantage issue. Whether we opt out or not, any contractor can bid. Any contractor can bid. It's simply that in some areas of the city's work, they would have to employ fair wage and in all, in fact, and in some they would have to use unionized workers. But any contractor who wants to bid can find himself some unionized workers and bid. So I'm not understanding the competitive advantage piece. I can see where there would be some savings, and there's been an ability to, some ability to try and estimate that. But, you know, since dating back to the time when I was chair of Works, the rule then was that any unsuccessful proponent could come to Works and make a deputation and ask why he didn't get a contract. Thank goodness we don't have that anymore. Works Committee used to run till 10 o'clock at night every month. They don't do that anymore. But because of that, I got in the habit of always asking if we were sole sourcing or there were only two proponents, why? I've never had the reason stated to me be our labor policies. It's never been stated to me. It's been, you know, a piece of equipment in it, a particular thing needed, to people who specialize in this particular Toronto water chemical or whatever. And so where there's been preferential treatment, the Auditor General goes after that if that becomes the case in a division. This competitive advantage issue hasn't been here before. It's always down to our size or scope or those unique things. So I'm not understanding why we need that. As to the savings amounting to 12 million, at best 48 million a year, that would be the savings, between 12 and 48 million a year on our $1.8 billion. But I would ask you, what is the cost of building 1,000 affordable housing units a year? What is the cost of building a long-term care center for someone who has nothing but their CPP and no full pension? And so government is now going to take that person from the year of 80 to 100 years of age when they pass away. What is the cost of providing subsidized childcare to people who don't make a living wage, and so the only way they can work at all is if government picks up the tab to take care of the children? And so I ask myself, when are we going to connect the dots? I get it if the community doesn't, because they get a steady diet and have done for the last 30 years of unions are bad and we don't need them anymore. We only needed them at the turn of the century. They don't connect the dots. But by now, with the work we do in economic development and everything else, we should know that moving away from them is why we have unpensioned, precarious workers throughout this city, and we're starting to have to pick up the tab for their entire lives. So we should be setting the bar to go back to the kind of work and the kind of control they get from unionization that makes them able to pick up their own tabs.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Okay, other speakers from outside of the Executive Committee? Going once, going twice. All right, members of the committee wishing to speak? All right, well, I'm going to speak because I do have a motion, so I will then do so if there's no one else. Let me just reset the clock here. I found this a very difficult issue, and I'm not sure I was any further ahead, to be frank, and that's not any criticism of the staff after the questioning of the staff and after what I guess was kind of a group of deputants that were divided in half. And I guess that's because there aren't any simple answers to this. And that is what has prompted me to put a motion in front of the committee, which I'd asked to be put up on the screen. And I'm sorry, I could have had it distributed earlier. There's no secret behind it. I am going to propose, in light of what I anticipated, just based on even the report itself, while it did have a recommendation in it, I'm going to propose that we forward the item to City Council without recommendation, but that we take advantage of the time between now and then to ask our city manager and our city staff to do a number of additional pieces of work that might help us to get closer to an answer that makes sense based on the facts. One of the very first one, I hope perhaps results in an answer to the question that never was answered. And I don't say any of these things with a criticism, but maybe you didn't come prepared to answer it, or maybe that the number isn't known. But there was a question of exactly how many companies are presently able to bid and how many would be able to bid under an open tendering system, and we weren't able to determine the latter number, which I think is an important number in terms of those who are excluded at the moment. So that's A and B, and C for that matter. The D is a way in which we could, if for example, we decided to stay with this, I'll call it the status quo, increase or maximize the benefits associated with the efforts that we do get now and the initiatives that have been undertaken to dramatically improve training and, for that matter, community benefits. And I just would like to understand what our what we might be able to derive as a city, because we heard some of the numbers. I think they came from Mr. Gillies' deputation about the tens of millions of dollars that are presently invested, and I see that as a plus. I've seen it as a plus since I've been here, but I'd like to know what opportunities there are to see more. The next one deals with a question that came up quite a few times, paragraph E, which is to try and get some further elaboration on this calculation as to the wage component and the other components. And that was a question, again, on which I don't think we reached any conclusive answer this afternoon, notwithstanding several questions that were asked around the room. Paragraph F deals with the activities, the relative levels of activity on training programs undertaken by both city unions and non-city unions, and also by non-union construction firms. Just again, that came up quite a few times. And then finally, I had not seen previously, although the staff said they had looked at it, this 2008 report. And I would like to sort of have the city manager's comments in light of the fact that it reached quite a different conclusion. We heard somebody offer an explanation as to that, but I'd like to have the city manager or the staff's comments on the 2008 report, which showed quite a diminished level of savings relative to what was talked about in the report we have in front of us. So those were the matters that were covered by my motion, which I hope would be very beneficial for the members of the City Council as a whole to have at the same time as we have to make a decision at the meeting, but with that information in hand as well as this report, and then people could come to a conclusion at the council meeting, as they must do in any event. So that is my motion, and that is the reasoning behind it, and I will stop there, because I'm out of time. I hadn't even called the question yet. You're so eager to vote, Councillor Nunziata. I will then, there is this motion here, and we're ready to call the question on the motion that I just put in front of the committee, and I'll ask for all those in favor. Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And I don't think we have to, that is the recommendation we don't have to deal with. All right. Thank you. So that brings us next to item 6.5, the status update, Toronto, Ontario Transit Responsibilities Realignment Review. We have 3 deputants to be heard, and again, we've asked that they be ready just in the front row here. The first is our former mayor, John Sewell, who is always welcome here, Robin Vild, TTC Riders, and John Wilson, West Don Lands Committee. So, Mr. Sewell, you are first, and you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Schedule 3 of Bill 107, the Getting Ontario Moving Act, contains a provision which offends one of Ontario's basic values, respect for private property. It denies the rights of the city and its agencies to properties of various kinds which it owns and controls. Section 47 of that schedule states, the Cabinet, and I quote, may by order transfer to Metrolinx with or without compensation all or some of the City of Toronto and its agencies' assets, liabilities, rights, and obligations with respect to the project prescribed as a rapid transit project, including intellectual property, contractual rights, interests, approvals, registrations, and entitlements, originals or copies of reports, documents, and data, and any other real or personal property. And the Act requires the City to provide these documents when demanded by the City, and that any transfer is deemed not to give rise to any cause of legal action. About half the words in this schedule are devoted to trying to prevent legal recourse by the City. It is clear that the lawyer who drafted the bill was very concerned about what the schedule was attempting to accomplish. Governments should never have the ability to take away the property of others without compensation and without legal recourse. It is difficult to imagine that any government in Ontario would suggest that this is a reasonable action. It is wrong. It should not occur. The proper response of the City to this is to refuse to provide to the province whatever it demands. The Executive Committee should instruct staff and the TTC not to give the province and/or Metrolinx what it demands, because there will be no compensation. It'll be stealing it. You should force the province and/or Metrolinx to take the City and/or the TTC to court to steal what it wants. I suspect the courts will be very reluctant to require to do such an odious act. It won't require the City to do that. The province is again acting like a bully, wielding its power in an unreasonable fashion. I ask the Executive Committee to call the province's bluff. Do not take this theft to occur without strong opposition. Please instruct staff and the TTC not to give the province the properties that it tries to demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Are there questions of the deputant?
I just have one question, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor. If you could just review that little bit at the beginning. It was a lot of legalese about the province can't really take that. We don't have to get. Just run that argument by me at the beginning, please.
Section 47 of the schedule states, and I quote, the Cabinet may, by order, transfer to Metrolinx with or without compensation all or some of the City of Toronto and its agencies' assets, liabilities, rights, and obligations with respect to a project described as a rapid transit project. And that includes intellectual property, contractual rights, interests, approvals, registration, entitlements, originals or copies of reports, documents and data, and any other real or personal property. So they're saying this legislation allows them to steal, literally steal without compensation, the city's assets with respect to rapid transit. It's absolutely unbelievable that the province would actually pass legislation saying they can do that. But that's what they've done. And I think the city has to stand up to that. It is absolutely shocking. Imagine you're a citizen of or a company in Ontario and the government passes a law saying, we can take your property and not give you a cent for it. It's wrong.
So that
the city should stand against it. It's absolutely, I don't believe any government in Ontario, in Canada, has ever before passed legislation like this with that kind of provision in it.
So I know for the relief line, we would have to expropriate property of some homeowners in order to build that. Would you compare, but we have to pay for that.
That's
we have
right.
to
The Expropriation Act says
fairly pay for that, and you're suggesting that this legislation does not require any fair payment
the
for the property.
legislation literally states, and I quote, that any transfer, quote, does not constitute an expropriation or injurious affection for the purpose of the Expropriation Act or otherwise in law, unquote.
And are you
It's absolutely extraordinary.
You're suggesting that's illegal? I heard you say that.
Illegal.
Should be
They've
illegal.
tried to say this is a legal thing to do. We can steal somebody's property and no compensation. They're saying this is, and that's why I say what's amazing about the schedule is maybe 4 pages long. Literally half of that schedule is about legalese saying there can be never a legal action by the city against the province for this. And I think the only protection is for the city to say, when the province demands, turn over this piece of property, turn over these assets, turn over these contracts, the city should just say no. And if the city does say no, I think then the province would have to go to court to try and get that property from you. And I think a court would say, I'm not sure we want to agree with the province on this. I don't know how else the city can defend themselves, but it's absolutely shocking that they've done this. I might say I presented this brief to the legislative committee. It's not as though they, the members aren't aware of what they've done. They just said, oh yeah, we're going to do it. As we know, the province is doing these extraordinary things to Toronto. This is one of them.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Carroll, did you have a question?
Yes, it looks as if you've gone through and evaluated all the places where they've gone to great pains in Bill 107 to make it clear what they will do without compensation. Would you sit down as a lawyer and work out where you're going to write in without compensation, unless, of course, you were intending to do this without compensation? Why else would you put that language in there?
Why would they put it?
So we're still there talking about what will be our compensation.
But
does
they
the
say
legislation
without compensation, and they're saying the Expropriation Act doesn't apply.
So we can keep talking, but they probably are writing it that way because they don't intend to
They've written
compensate.
it this way. They have passed it. This bill has been passed and approved. I'm worried that the Lieutenant Governor has probably signed it. But it is, we know that some governments in the world have done this in the past. Governments which we abhor.
Yes, yes.
This has happened right here in Ontario. Mm-hmm. And the city's got to stand up against it. And I think the way to do it is say, when the province says, turn over these documents or turn over this property, I just think you say, no. And then, in fact, the province would have to go to court to get them.
Thank you.
Other questions of the deputant? Maybe I might just ask Mr. Sewell just a couple. First of all, I don't know whether you're aware. Obviously it was meant to remain confidential, but our own legal opinion that was provided to us, and I'll get to the point. I'm not fundamentally disagreeing with what you're talking about in terms of the extraordinary nature of this, but our legal opinion ended up being made public through a newspaper somehow, and it indicated, and I think you're not really disputing this, that their ability to pass a law that says they could, for example, expropriate a piece of property with or without compensation was within their legislative power, unfortunately, under our Constitution. You're aware of that?
No, I'm not. I don't think the legal staff have ever commented on this particular schedule.
Actually, they have. Well, no, not on the schedule, but they commented on this general matter even before we saw it, even before a schedule existed, when they said they were going to do this legislation, that the province, I think you do, you're a former mayor of the city, you know that if they wanted to declare Toronto a trustee of the Premier himself personally, and that the city doesn't exist anymore, and they wanted to make all their decisions on Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock, they could do that. And the legal opinion kind of said that, and so I'm telling you that's what our legal opinion said.
Well, I'm aware of that general thing that they said.
Okay.
I suspect that there are other lawyers who might say there are ways to resist this.
Okay. Now, secondly, I just want to go through where we are today.
Yep.
Secondly, you would also agree with me, I'm sure, that there's no way we can stop a bill from being passed by majority government.
The bill has been passed.
Right, and
It's
the
approved.
Lieutenant Governor, we can't stop her from signing
That's
it.
correct.
Okay. Then number 3, if I were to tell you that there has been no request for any assets, because you've been very careful to say what we should do when we're asked to turn over an asset or ordered or instructed or directed, we should say no. If I were to say to you there has been no request to turn over any property or anything, you would acknowledge that.
I think that's the case.
Okay.
But it will happen, I think.
Well, I hope not, but nonetheless, you could.
So
be
do
right.
I. I hope
So,
not as well.
Then my final point would be to say that in the meantime, what we're trying to do by sitting at a table, which is really what this report is updating on, the report that's in front of us that you're speaking to, is to try and find a way we can have a satisfactory agreement to the City of Toronto that does not involve that, and that I presume, as a result, you would say that before we are asked or demanded or directed to give any assets, we should sit there and try and see if we can get a deal that doesn't involve that involves us keeping these assets.
I won't quarrel with that.
Okay, well, that's fine. Those are my questions.
But the point is,
heard what you said. Yeah.
I fear they are not negotiating in good faith.
Well, we'll see. Thank you very much.
Well, maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Thanks so much for coming. Next was Robin Vild, TTC Riders.
For the record, I'd just like to correct my last name. It's Vilda. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No
I
worries.
apologize.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Robin Vilda. I'm a member of TTC Riders. We are a membership organization based in Toronto that represents the interests of transit riders. I'm here to speak today about the Bill 107 that just passed this past week on Tuesday, and about the report you've received today. Oh, see, that's the problem of being tall. But about the bill in particular, this bill is basically a dumpster fire. It allows the government to seize City of Toronto and TTC assets without compensation. It allows the province to prescribe any rapid transit project as a Metrolinx project by regulation, and it can prevent the city from working on any project, including planning, design, construction of a rapid transit project. Section 47, subsection 9B of the Bill 107 in particular, prescribes that uploaded transit can be exempted from existing acts by regulation. This means that uploaded transit could be exempted from the Planning Act, the Labor Relations Act, or the Environmental Protection Act. And further, the recently introduced transit map that the province has brought in excluded both the waterfront LRT that would have served south Etobicoke, and has also excluded the Eglinton East LRT extension that would have serviced eastern Scarborough, the UTSC campus, connecting those areas to Kennedy Station. Quite frankly, this bill is wrong for the City of Toronto, and I'm not seeing any action on the part of the city to stop it, or real action about what we can do going forward. And having read the report put forward by city staff, it seems to look at things through rose-colored glasses. And quite frankly, I mean, the province is prepared to steal city assets for nothing. And to see members of council standing here and laughing about that, that says something really wrong about our democracy and the state that it's in, unfortunately.
Thank you for your submission, sir. I don't think anybody was laughing at anything about this at all.
That was just my opinion from sitting right
Well,
here, but that's okay.
Thank you. I don't think we take it very seriously, and including your comments. Other questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
John Wilson, West Don Lands. Again, thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your...
Well, thank you very much for inviting me back.
Yep.
And I wanted to say thank you for being here and to listening to all of us for this day. I don't know how often that's said, but I'd just like to make that point as I turn to my concerns with the status update on the Toronto Ontario Transit Responsibilities Realignment Review. And it's a very specific one. I, in general, am pleased to see the Ontario line specifically being proposed and being extended in the proposal for the in the last budget. My concern has to do with the central section of the Ontario line, which of course had been already approved here at this council as the relief line, and the changes that are proposed for that, particularly very specifically having to do with the way it gets across the Don River. As West Don Lands Committee, I'm aware of that area very closely, and immediately when I heard a bit about the idea of, rather than tunneling under the Don River, bridging over the Don River with some sort of guideway that would take the line across the river in whatever sort of rolling stock it may have, it set off alarm bells about the flood protection of the Don River on either side. On the west side, it's already in place. We know that it's the berm that protects the West Don Lands and much of the downtown core, and has allowed the West Don Lands to go ahead and be built. On the east side, we're at the preferred alternative stage of an environmental assessment, and both of these flood protection features sit back over 100 meters from the river valley itself. Of course, there's the Don Valley Parkway, there are train lines and so on. And the idea that the Ontario line would come up above ground and go across the river is setting off alarm bells for me, because that seems to be a proposal to somehow pierce through the flood protection landforms that are protecting a good part of the downtown of our city, and will be protecting the Unilever site, the East Harbor site, when that is to be built. I am concerned that the project will be delayed, that it will delay the completion of the station, the Smart Track station at the East Harbor, that it will delay the flood protection for the East Harbor, and that it is very ill-considered from the outset, and does not consider the fact that we do have very important infrastructure in place.
If you could just conclude shortly, sir. Thank you.
I just suggesting that this council make sure to direct or advise the expert advisory panel and the working group with the responsibility for the Ontario line to take a very close look at the flood protection of the Don River as they consider how that will be going forward.
Thank you, sir. Are there, Councillor Fletcher has a question for you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you for bringing up that really critical issue. There are some that are worried. We do have an environmental assessment, and I believe you participated in that for the relief line from Queen up to, or University to Pape Station. I would anticipate that there needs to be another environmental assessment if there was any idea of changing the current plan to one that would now cross a bridge-like structure for all the reasons that you've just outlined. Have you heard anything about an environmental assessment for the Ontario line, or should we be really trying to figure out if there, or insist that there be a proper environmental assessment for this Ontario line?
I have not heard anything about another environmental assessment. There obviously are ways that environmental assessments can be adjusted, and I can't offer any expert opinion on that, nor can I offer any, I'm not an engineer, I can't offer any expert opinion on the engineering of doing this. I'm just saying that I would hope that this council draws these issues to the attention of the expert advisory panel and the working groups, because it strikes me as though they may just take one quick look at that and say, man, this is really complicated. This is going to delay things, and I just don't think that has been done at this point yet.
Yeah, just to follow up, there might be ways of saying it's a different train, so the tracks might be a little narrower, and that might be a tweak to the environmental assessment.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what you're suggesting is to take the current route, which is underground,
Mm-hmm.
and move it above ground would not simply be a tweak, but
I don't
would
think
have
it's
to
a tweak
have
at
a
all.
very deep look to see the impact.
Because of the fact that Broadview Avenue is in the way as well, as is River Street on the other side of, I think it's going to be a 700-meter long bridge, which effectively is, why don't we put it on the current Eastern Avenue flyover? Because it's already there, and that's the kind of distance you're going to have to cover.
I will ask the staff about that when we have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of this deputant? Okay, thank you very much again for all your participation today, Mr. Wilson. That would bring us then to questions of staff. And so maybe the staff could just assemble themselves at the front. Are there some questions of staff? Well, yes, there are. So indeed, we'll have them just take their seats here so they can have the sound. Okay, so we would start ordinarily with visiting members of from council anyway. So we have Councillor Carroll and Councillor Fletcher, I think, had their hands up. So Councillor Carroll, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, some money questions. I'm reminded to ask this question after riding around on a hydro bus, which was paid for out of PTIF funds, and if we like what we're riding, we'll order more. So in all the discussions here, does higher order transit projects always mean expansion of a line? Or when we have to make vehicle purchases, something that we've been going to PTIF funds, could that be a higher order transit project? And in the discussions we're having with the province, will vehicle purchases happen between these two governments, or are we there yet? Are we having that conversation?
So vehicles that are for growth-related purposes are typically eligible under the PTIF2 program. However, this council at the last April meeting set its priorities, and that's part of the current conversation with the province.
So I refresh my memory, do our priorities align with that? What happens with vehicles for the system we're riding today?
So under the PTIF2 program, the City Council could identify vehicles that are for service growth related purposes as being eligible under the program. PTIF2 is really directed towards service expansion as opposed to fleet that is for current service levels.
Okay, so there's a difference there. There's ridership growth and then there's system expansion.
Yeah, replacement of existing is different than...
So, for instance, the hydro buses that we rode around on this week, those were the first PTIF program? Is that the money they came out of?
Yes.
So, if we are starting to look at a hybrid ownership model, how are we negotiating that piece? We have a huge number of vehicles that are needed just on the system that we ride today, and of course, then they have to be renewed every couple of decades. So. Are those types of conversations happening now, and how do they affect our interactions with the federal government going forward? Do they then just simply bestow their funding upon the province, or will we continue to have some of it come to us so that we can earmark it and say it must be spent in Toronto, our system needs renewal?
So if I can, through the mayor, the conversations about expansion is not just specific to trackage and stations. It also includes, with a higher level service, the vehicles to support that service. So that would be something that we would bring back to you in terms of what the province's position is in terms of funding that.
The province's decision. So is it in the terms of reference that we're going to discuss it and try and work something out? Because there has to be a way to walk slowly to the operating conversation. Because they seem to love to talk about expanding the system and building a length of transit and say, we built this. Are we getting closer to having the conversation about how we will sustain the operation of the system under the new model?
So through the mayor, that is part of the conversation. So,
already.
So I would, we haven't reached any kind of conclusions yet. We are obviously sitting down with them right now as staff, working through the specifics of their proposal, certainly from a kind of a horizontal, vertical, and technology standpoint, but we will be getting to, in order to maintain that level of service that they're contemplating, we would have to talk to them about what does this mean in terms of fleet additions. Right. So that would be something I would expect to bring back.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that question, excuse me, about the environmental assessments. And would Bill 107 give the authority for the province to exempt any of the new lines or the reconfiguration of the relief line from an environmental assessment? Is that possible?
Through the speaker, I'm not aware of the bill giving them authority to take exempt themselves from the environmental assessment requirements. And indeed, in our conversations with Metrolinx officials, they are already gearing up for the necessary environmental assessments for the provincial projects.
If I can, through the mayor, there was a special regulation passed some time ago, I think the Liberal government, in fact, regarding a reg that in effect kind of truncates the EA. So in light of the alignment that they're talking about right now, there would be some expectation that they would have to assess the consequences or the differences between what we were working on and what they're proposing. So the extent to which that the scope of that work, we don't really know exactly right now what they would have to do in addition to all the existing EA.
And just on the relief line, soon to be Ontario line, there's just a lot of pressure for people that have been named as having their property being expropriated for the relief line. And I'm wondering at what point do we simply purchase that property because we don't know what's going to happen and they're in limbo, or we get an answer from the provincial government that about their routing. And I don't know who can answer that, but I don't think it's fair to leave citizens in this situation for a long time.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly Councillor Fletcher, as we're looking at what the future Ontario line could look like and we determine what properties may or may not be affected, that will become evident. Newer into this, I was not aware that there were currently commitments made for the existing alignment, so that's something that we'll take back, have a look at as far as the communications with those homeowners or property owners to make sure that they're kept informed.
Well, I think they're very informed, but they can't even sell they can't sell their property. So we have to do something rather urgently. It's not fair, and I don't think we can be treating our citizens like this because it's how the province treats us. We shouldn't pass that on. And just around the transit stations, is there any possibility that the province could simply put any planning regimen it would like at any of the stations, such as now happen in Teal Core and Midtown, to say, well, here's what we're putting in here. Here's your rules for building things.
Final question. Through the mayor, I think the province has the ability to pass a minister's zoning order to realize any kind of development it sees fit in the context of that transit station. I think we would be desirous of being very involved in such a turn of events so that we could shape and influence what kind of development would take place in that proximity.
Thank you. Do we have 5? We're still on 3 minutes, are we, or at 5?
Yes, we are.
Well,
It's not to say we can't have more questions.
Pardon?
But it's not to say we can't have more questions after, but let's see what we have going on here with the committee members. Are there other, no, there aren't any other visiting members left. Are there any members of the committee that wish to ask questions of staff? Okay, if you want to just pursue one more, Councillor Fletcher, on that.
No, I just wondered, again, have you had any conversations about, assuming they're taking this property, and our former mayor said, just don't give it to them. I don't know what that looks like, but it would be an interesting scenario to understand what that looked like. If we were to say, you can't, except if you do X, Y, and Z, including compensate us. But for all of the, if they, never mind, what are the chances of that? Of us saying no unless you compensate us? And do we have a number that we would put to that for the value of all those assets that we would like to have recovered?
So
Yes,
let me start, and staff can certainly correct me. So through the mayor, I mean, we're just trying to nail down the alignment, and as well as there's no definitive answer in terms of the exact location of these stations. So so at this point, there'd be no way to have an estimate as to the value of that. But again, I would say the tenor of the conversations that I'm having with Michael Lindsay and representatives of MTO is more along wanting to find solutions that respect each other's interests. So, in terms of locating, Greg is absolutely right about the ministerial zoning order, but at the same time, the conversation is really about the parties more working together to try and figure out, how to address development opportunities in a way that doesn't create these legacy problems for us from an operating and maintenance standpoint in these station locations. So I just want you to know that. It doesn't mean, something more serious couldn't happen. It just means in terms of the productivity of the table has been, I think, the conversation has been reasonable and the productivity has been reasonable so far.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions of staff? Okay, well then we can move to those wishing to speak. Are there people from the City Council visiting with us today that want to speak? Councillor Fletcher?
Well, I just want to speak about the relief line and now what's called the Ontario line, and the fact that I mentioned earlier that that environmental assessment has been done. Mr. Wilson came to say, now you're talking about going above the river. I would have to assume that that would be a fairly complicated thing to do and would require another environmental assessment, some high-skilled engineering, any rate. And quite frankly, all the things, we should have a list, we should understand all the things that would slow down the building of the relief line. And I think changing the course of it from below ground to above ground would be one of those things. The report that we got, and thank you for it today, mentions the maintenance and storage facility, because it appears that if the relief line, if the Ontario line would be using a different car, and as I well know from having new streetcars, that requires a maintenance and storage facility, and that took 5 or 6 years to build that. The beauty of our relief line is that we are using our own subway cars. There is nothing that slows that down. And I'm not sure if that factor is being discussed at the table, because that's another lag in time lag to get that built. And I think the mayor and I were talking that Smart Track will just be whisked through, and we'll still be talking about how we're going to build the relief line or the Ontario line. So I'm quite focused on that, and I'll just come back to that issue that I raised about the property. For the current environmental assessment for the relief line that was designed with the city and the TTC, there are very specific homes that are to be taken. And as anyone can understand, when someone comes and says, I'm taking your home for the TTC, that is a fairly troubling moment. And because everything has slowed down, that troubling moment is now becoming a very infected moment. It is causing people a lot of issues. They can't sell their property because everybody knows it's got the X on it. Something's going to happen to your home. It is a matter of fairness, and I'm just wondering, I'm not moving any motions here, but whether in some of those cases we shouldn't just initiate that, and one way or another, we'd have to deal with that property at a later date. But I don't think that's fair to citizens at this point that feel that they need to get out, or they have an issue, they can't do it. And I'm sure that's not one of the conversation pieces at your table, but these are just the real life issues when you're moving to somebody's brand new idea from something that was a stable 2-year project to come to a conclusion as to how we were going to build it.
Mr. Fletcher, Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I know that I keep harping on the base system and where it fits into the conversation. I take a little bit of comfort from this expert advisory panel that's noted in the report, because it is full of people who have long said that the real conversation that we should be having with the province is about the sustainability of the system we're trying to run right now. But it seems almost as if we're falling into the same psychological trap that the government has been so good, and I don't just mean this one, past governments as well, dating back to standing and announcing we're finally going to start building the York subway expansion. I can remember Dalton McGuinty standing there and saying, and then you'll have a bigger system, we'll have to talk about operating, and we'll do that in 18 months' time. And we haven't had that conversation yet, and we are now running that expanded system. So, you know, we say we'll talk about operating every year, and then every year we stand here and wear a fare increase because we just are becoming less and less able to sustain that system. So it's almost, to me, it's almost time to say right now, we can't go on talking about your map unless we can set up a separate table that is in real time simultaneously talking about the sustainability of the system we're running right now, because we're gradually, ever so quietly, putting off determining once and for all when the next purchase will come. Yes, we're piloting those buses, and that's very exciting, but what about the other buses we need? What about 60 more streetcars? What about actually 200 more streetcars? What about the next fare increase? What about any of the ridership growth strategies that we have looked at and adopted in the last couple of years for the existing system? I worry about those. And indeed, some of the things we need to do with Presto to mitigate fare evasion and get that running as smoothly as possible. I think it needs a separate table at this point, not just to be part of the terms of reference and a thing that we're maybe parking on a dry erase board in some office at MTO, but a separate table that agrees that we need that. And it can't be put off for a year, 2 years, 3 years, because the map and the new lines are so complex. I think it needs to be a simultaneous table somewhere else in that building. And so I'm just going to go on the record as saying that now, and maybe leave it as an undertaking that staff begin to talk about. We really should push that at the province, because the complexity of the main body of this report is putting it off to a dangerous point in time. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Are there other members of the committee wishing to speak? Well, I might just say a few words and begin by addressing what Councillor Carroll just said in a broader context. First of all, I mean, somebody came up, one of the deputants, and said, and I'm not being at all critical of that this report looked through rose-colored glasses at the situation. I actually think, I prefer to look at it this way. I think what we have here is a report, because these discussions are ongoing with the province, carried out by our public servants and not by politicians or political people. We have a professional, objective lens of the public service being applied to a set of discussions that is in its, I would say, earlier stages. I don't think that anything is imminent, and this is based on the reports that they provide to me, and really the reports they provide to me are what's written in this document that you have. I don't know anything more about them. My assessment from what they tell me is that these discussions actually have been quite constructive so far versus the approach that was taken, for example, and the law that's been passed is troubling in that it has eerie and scary resemblance to the law that was passed on city council composition, or even the recent budget, which just sort of said, well, we're just going to cut this and cut that, and it's all your responsibilities. But I think these seem to be taking on a more constructive tone, and by that what I mean is that the kinds of concerns that have been spoken about by a number of the members of the committee, I think, are actually being addressed in that the thing is being looked at not just in the context of saying, well, okay, if you take over the ownership of the relief line, the new one, or the Ontario line, then what does that mean? It is within a much broader context, including detailed consideration of questions that relate to sustainability, not yet, from what I've heard, much on operating, but certainly on things like state of good repair. It's a major issue that we've put on the table and said, look, we've got this system right now where we're funding it and owning it and whatnot, and it has with it a very large bill we all know about that's going to be associated, forget 1 kilometer of expansion, just to buy the vehicles you talked about. And so I guess I'm satisfied that that is on the table for discussion at the moment. What I don't know, what we don't know, what, frankly, without speaking for them, the participants at the table don't know is where's all that going to end up. But I am certainly heartened by the fact that our professional public servants are at that table. Those topics are being discussed by other professional public service people, not politicians, in what I sense is good faith for now. And I say for now only because there has been a law passed that I would share in the characterization of it as being onerous and odious. I think that was one of the words that Mayor Sewell used. And is there the possibility that those clauses could be invoked at a later time, or they could just say forget it with respect to some concerns we have about operations or about state of good repair or things like that? Yes. That's possible. I think at the moment I'm satisfied, based on this report, which we're being asked to receive today, that the discussions are not headed in that direction. They're headed in a direction where what we're trying to do is find what the city manager described a few moments ago as kind of a deal that would be acceptable to all of us. And I would only say in response to the comments of Mr. Sewell, I guess if it ever gets to the other place, where we hope it doesn't, we'll decide what to do at that time as a city. And we're not, but I think the option of just sort of sitting back and taking it wouldn't be one of those options I would be favorably disposed to. But we're not going there for the moment. We're in a better place, albeit with that bill sitting there, having been passed. So I just wanted to say that I think the report was a complete report. I thank the staff for it. I thank them for all the efforts. They're spending an immense amount of time at these tables having these discussions. It's a very complicated matter. And that I think the motion to receive the report's an appropriate one for today, and it'll go from there. There'll be another report another time that will obviously be another step along the road. So, are there any? Yes, Councillor Nunziata. Do you want to call the question? Okay, you vote. Here it is. Here. Oh no, that's communications. I just had asked for. I guess did I get the? I just needed the. Yeah. So the recommendation from the Deputy City Manager is that the City Council Executive Committee receive the report for information, and so I'll just put that question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carry. Thank you. Okay. That brings us to item EX 6.6, which was held by Deputy Mayor Bailão. And I think...
if everybody's okay, I'll just move the recommendation.
All right. Deputy Mayor Bailão has moved... Oh, you had a... Oh, fine then. Let's start at the beginning. There were no deputations. We have questions of staff from Councillor Carroll.
Just a couple, yeah. Thank you. So we chatted beforehand about this, but what the recommendations are to continue to explore, but to explore in the offices of AMO. So you'll be exploring other types of relationships. What's missing from the report is what was in my motion, which is up to and including membership. Will membership be discussed? And if the concerns that you have, the concerns that are outlined in the report, are put to rest, so to speak, and can be put to rest and still have full membership, would that be an option that would come back to us in the report?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure how to turn this on. I'm sorry. Is it on?
I don't know.
Oh, it is on. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Through the mayor. So in terms of the recommendations that are before you, we are recommending that we want to have discussions about what are some of the options for more formal participation for the city. As is stated in the report, we do want to ensure that any participation with AMO does not in any way put at risk our ability to have a direct government-to-government relationship. We do have our own legislation, and we do have our own City of Toronto Act, which also has a requirement for a Toronto-Ontario consultation agreement, TOCA, which is similar to the MOU.
Right.
And our ability to also enter into direct intergovernmental funding relationships with the federal government, which currently AMO has a role for other municipalities.
Right. Currently, we have those things, and they are all in place. If the exploration puts the concerns that those might be somehow threatened, could one of the options be full membership, or are we, as a result of this report today, no longer exploring that under any circumstances?
So, if I can, through the mayor. we'll raise that with them. There are, though, opportunities through AMO for different type of supporter arrangements, one of which is called an associate supporter.
Yep.
So I think we'd want to have a conversation about that as
Yes.
well. So, I mean, there are, I think we're trying to, we're trying to see what kind of membership we can strike with them and not, as I think is Sandra's pointing out, not lose the ability to do what we've been doing for the last several years.
Right. Maybe I'm not saying it right. And we're looking at those other things and you're coming back with options. But what I'm asking is if the things you're concerned about, if they can be secure, if there is no threat to them, when you come back with options, could you discuss with, is it potential, is there still potential that you might come back to say, we're confident we can keep our TOCA, we can keep our CODA, and still be a member of AMO?
That's what we will speak to that specifically.
Okay. I would appreciate that when it came back. I don't want to belabor it too much, but I would like to speak for the allotted time, Mr. Mayor.
Not a problem. Are there any other questions of staff on this matter? Okay. Speakers, then you would be up first.
Thank you.
Carroll.
The reason I asked the questions that I asked is that I don't want to write off the idea of full membership. And certainly, active councillors in AMO don't want us to write off looking at full membership. They would actually like to have us there. I know that Mayor Ford is active in Lumco, and now more than ever, that's a very important room to be in. I know that we have all the things that we have struggled for since dating back to 2004, getting the New Deal for cities, getting CODA, getting TOCA, our consultation agreement, the place at the table with the other orders of government that we wanted as the City of Toronto are there, and we've used them for a long time. But I also know that it sticks in the craw of other municipalities that we actually saw in very short order the same memorandum of understanding that caused us to leave became a problem for some of those municipalities. And so the practices that we were afraid of, that we would never again be able to talk about things that are uniquely Toronto's concerns with other orders of government unless we went through AMO, in very short order, municipalities with populations of 7,000 found themselves having the same problem, because all municipalities have unique concerns. And so they were given avenues to the ministers they needed to be, which meant that MOU that was going to put a wall between us and the government really very soon wasn't worth the paper it was written on. There are things that we go together with, and there are things that we go hand in hand quite successfully, where it's the leadership of Toronto and the leadership of AMO, and the two-pronged approach is very powerful. But I also think we're missing something. We need right now more than ever to have a huge amount of goodwill with the rest of the municipalities in Ontario. We need to be having conversations together about the things that threaten us. That we weren't able to talk together about the fact that this government quickly threw out police reforms that were needed all over this province is a real shame. That we aren't able, councillor to councillor, to discuss the impacts of Bill 108, which just passed its third reading today, that we've never had those conversations together is a tremendous shame. Together, I think we might have gone further to having them leave it until they come back to House in October, if we were really all talking about it. And while mayors can have tremendous conversations, the goodwill and the driving force that leads into that mayor's room is the membership and the councillors interacting constantly through their webinars and their info sessions, and most importantly, those policy presentations where ministers of the provincial government and indeed the premier themselves, whomever is in office, when they go and have a captive audience in that room, but we're not part of that audience, it changes the conversation that happens after their presentation. And that's why I am really hoping that when the options come back, if we can address the concerns we have and still have full membership, there is no putting a price on the goodwill and the constructive relationship that will result. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. I completely disagree with Councillor Carroll. I think that the recommendations that are here, like to proceed with respect to the city manager, I don't want that relationship where AMO will speak on behalf of the City of Toronto. I actually was here when then Mayor Miller and that whole process that we went through. I recall Roger Anderson, and God bless his soul, and I like Roger, who would come in to talk to us about what they felt was in Toronto's best interests. I actually think we do a pretty darn good job with respect to representing our interests. I'd rather see you, Mr. Mayor, leading the charge on the relationship and the discussion with other municipalities. I don't think we actually have any problems at all in terms of associating ourselves and talking with other municipalities across this particular province in terms of how we could work together. I think it's really important for us to be able to align ourselves with other municipalities, talk about commonalities and how we can share and work together. But this notion of even bothering to look to see how we restore full membership with respect to AMO, I'm just not supportive of that at all. I know what we went through in order to arrive at where we are today. We have a CODA. We have a different relationship with respect to the other orders of government. We just went to the BCMC and the discussion we've had with other, big city mayors across the country. How we're regarded, in my view, is very positive and very strong. We've actually helped so much with respect to other municipalities. And Councillor Carroll, please do me a favor. Please just contain yourself. I'm going to basically speak. I didn't bother you when you were speaking. So let me just say this. I don't think that we should be looking at full membership. What I think is before us, I think this direction of the city manager is an appropriate one. Look to see how we can possibly work together, aligning our interests. But this notion of restoring full membership with respect to AMO so others can speak for us, absolutely not. So I totally disagree, support what's here, but I don't really think we should be wasting the staff time, quite frankly, looking at an association with respect to AMO, where we actually spent a lot of time getting away from AMO with respect to that whole process. And we've actually benefited greatly. So I'm not sure what is there to gain. Is it simply for them to have their conference in Toronto where they've indicated they don't want to because we're no longer members? I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there other people wishing to speak? Okay, I think we've had a motion, I think, from Deputy Mayor Barlow when she spoke to move the staff recommendation, and I think we're ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we have 2 items left, so we're making great progress here. We have item 6.10, EX 6.10, the impact of the provincial announcement on the city's 2019 budget and 2020 budget process. That was held for deputations. There are 2, Michael Rosenberg and Derek Moran, if they could prepare themselves at the front of the room here, and we will hear from them. And Mr. Rosenberg, you are, you're just at the podium there, if you would. At Mr. Rosenberg. Yeah, just the podium over there. There you go, yeah. Thanks very much. You're very welcome here, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so it appears that the current situation is that the main impacts will be on next year's budget. And of course, this coincides with all of the issues we generally have with the budget. It appears that the main recommendation here is to use a value-based outcome review process for the budget. Generally speaking, I like to see the word value in describing how things are analyzed, so that's fine. I think, though, that it can often be somewhat narrow in the sense that you end up looking at how well is a division doing what that division does, and you don't spend as much time looking at the overall value and whether certain divisions are doing more important things for the city than others. Over the last few years, the budget directions have not been specific in that regard as to what the priorities are. We've generally been told that the staff don't have to stick to a particular amount in each division, that they can vary it from between divisions, and they do, but they don't always. So in some years, we've had a considerable variation between the divisions where housing and transit got 10 or 15% increases, and other big divisions got below inflation, and others got even less than that. But the last year, that didn't really happen. It was pretty close to across the board. All the major divisions got about the same amount, whether they were priorities or not, and a few divisions got less, but those were smaller ones. So on bulk in the 2019, there was no real prioritization. So just leaving it up to contingencies or staff to decide, I don't think is good enough. And I think that the budget motion at this time of year should actually specify which divisions are the priorities. And at the recent housing consultations, it was stated that the city believes that housing and mobility are the priorities. So what I would ask is that the motion that you currently have before you, just add at the end, after in preparation for the 2020 budget process, just put a comma there and add recognizing that the city's top priorities are housing and mobility. So this year, please take an actual explicit direction in the budget and don't just leave it to chance as to which divisions are considered priorities. Let's actually make that an explicit decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the deputy? Thank you very much. Then Derek Moran is next. 3 minutes. You know the rules, sir.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied in doing so as fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen. You know, Mayor Tory, Premier Ford does work in mysterious ways, doesn't he? And one of those ways is that because of his budget cuts, you recently gave an eloquent speech about them at City Council. And I took a screenshot of what happened at the end of the speech you gave, the eloquent speech. What we're looking at there is that at the end of it, you ended up getting an 18-second standing ovation, basically people clapping for you. Now, I'm confused because you know from the last police board meeting, police board which Councillor Carroll used to be a member of, sadly no longer, last police board meeting, I mentioned that Councillor Nunziata had said to me and Miguel that clapping is not allowed and that we would not get away with that at City Hall. So I just want to point out that apparently we all know now differently that clapping is allowed at these meetings. And that in the future, if this committee, City Council, the police board, the library board, if anyone connected to those meetings tells a member of the public that we can't clap, that they would in fact be lying to us, and barring any objections, of course. So are there any objections? Going once. Any objections? Going twice. Last time. Let the record show there were no objections, and that in the future, if any Toronto City Council member or an agent of theirs were to tell a member of the public there is no clapping allowed at any City of Toronto related public meeting, that they would in fact be lying. So in this report it says, the objective is to identify savings opportunities over the next 3 years that can be recommended to the city manager, that's Chris Murray there, for inclusion and implementation beginning with the 2020 budget process. Well, this is an email that I've been sending every week for the last few months. Councillor Ainsley will know what I'm talking about. Hi, Councillor Cole, and how are you? Just wondering, apparently the Toronto Public Library is about to rebrand itself. How much of the public's money are they planning on spending, more like wasting, to do this? And P.S., I see people with coffee cups drinking coffee at the library, just so you know. Thanks, Derek Moran. I think it's absolutely hilarious that Mike Cole had you traipsing around with him in Robin Martin's area, my area, spending time knocking on doors, asking people to do something for you with this pressure campaign. The guy doesn't even have the decency to answer my simple question. I think Councillor Ainsley's laughing. about how much they are wasting to rebrand the library, I demand an answer at some point. And if you don't mind, Chris, I'm going to send that email to you, and maybe you can get the answer for
And
me.
on that note, we will thank you very much for your...
No, thank you, Mayor Tory. You know what? I missed you at the last police board meeting, and when I say I missed you, I meant we both weren't there.
Yeah, thank you very much for your deputation. And I'll just comment that the rules remain in place as to the conduct of city council meetings and those attending the same, meaning spectators and citizens and deputants and others. Thank you very much. Okay, on that item, then we would move if there are any questions of staff. Councillor Crawford?
Just quickly to the city manager, can you just describe this value-based outcome review and what it really means? In years past, we've looked at service level reviews, we've looked at specific reductions when we're going through the budget process. Can you just give a general overview of what that means and what you'll be doing?
So in this context, through the mayor, it's actually the same approach that the province has used with its own financial house, and it's similar to what I know Peel and Waterloo have been doing as well. So I mean, it is about looking at the services that we do provide and looking for opportunities to identify greater efficiencies and possible savings that could accrue when we do kind of, it's almost like a line-by-line review of what it is that we're spending.
So would it be possible, like when we're looking at services, looking at different ways to provide the same services, potentially changing services, or looking at services that are maybe redundant, we don't need anymore, things like that?
It's through the mayor, it's that, and as well as looking at services that might be somewhat antiquated that we can, through modernization, generate savings.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Any other questions of staff? Okay, anybody wishing to speak to this item? Okay, you want to speak, Councillor Crawford? Sure.
Just quickly, first of all, I want to thank the city manager for bringing the report. I think this report would have taken a bigger context if it wasn't for the announcement that the provincial government made to rescind the issues on the 2019 budget cuts. But regardless, I think a lot of work still has to be done. We only have a few extra months to do the kind of work that we still need to do. So there's going to be a lot of work as we move into the 2020 budget process. Every year is a challenge. I mean, we begin the process saying the same thing. I think it'll be as much or more of a challenge, I think, this year when we're looking at trying to balance the budget. And as a city manager, I think what's the two key elements of this, of course, is the value-based outcome review that they're working on. But it's the strength of those provincial tables that are, and as we were just talking about the provincial tables with regard to transit, these tables are critically important too, and ensuring that we have the right kind of conversation between the city and the province on some of the expectations of what the province, all the announcements that they made with regard to public health or childcare, but sitting down and really understanding the impact of those and how we can work together are going to be critical. And the other component, of course, is just that the main recommendation that we'll be moving now is to ensure that our agencies are part of the value-based outcome review. And I think my colleague, Councillor Carroll, will know, and I think a lot of you, when we go through the budget process, one of our biggest challenges is our relationship with the agencies and being able to have the same kind of conversation on the budget level with them. And I think this motion will hopefully be able to make us achieve that. But that usually when we go through the budget process, that is the biggest challenge. When looking at some of the biggest budget items, whether it's police or TTC, we are challenged sometimes with that relationship. And hopefully this will ensure that we'll be able to have a smoother flow through the budget process. So I'll move these motions.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford.
Motion anyway.
Any other people wishing to speak? All right, then the motion has been moved by Councillor Crawford to take the city manager's recommendation in terms of the direction of city agencies and the value-based outcome. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Final item. We don't have to separately do anything with respect to 10A. There's a recommendation there. So we could just, somebody would just move as well. Councillor Crawford again, 10A, which is just to receive the report on the Canada Health Act for part of the same item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Then the last item is item number 6.24, the bylaw to govern Toronto Transit Commission board meeting proceedings. And it was held for a single deputation. Derek Moran.
So, Mayor Tory, what you just said at the end of me last speaking, that's unacceptable. The rules are the Constitution. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and anybody with half a brain would know that clapping is a form of expression. So just as a point of comparison, here's something they have in the agenda of the upcoming Board of Health meeting next week. It says any person, which is odd because, you know, from me speaking at the police board, the only person known to our law is the corporation, may speak to the board on any matter on the agenda. So here's an email I got this past January 9th from the TTC. In accordance with its procedures bylaw, deputations are only accepted for reports listed on the agenda as for action. Board orientation, member legal, safety, and environmental responsibilities presentation is an information item. And as such, I cannot add you to the list of speakers for this particular item. You can, however, submit correspondence to the board on this item if you wish to do so. Regards, Chrisanne Finnerty, Coordinator, Secretariat Services, Commission Services. This is the same scam they pull on you at the library board meetings. Just ask Councillor Ainsley. But, oh, how is this possible? But Mayor Tory, along with Councillor James Pasternak, if you get a good look there, Mayor Tory, seconded by Councillor James Pasternak, recommends that City Council once again affirm its support for freedom of religion and expression, and further state its opposition to any legislation, in this case TTC bylaws, that would restrict or prohibit such freedoms, and by doing so, Toronto states its position that the city continues to be a source of worldwide inspiration. The library board also, but in this case the TTC board, does just this very thing. It uses their bylaws as a means of blatantly violating our freedom of expression guaranteed by Section 2B of the Constitution, while at the same time, the City of Toronto has the nerve to take Premier Ford to court saying that he is the one violating freedom of expression with Section 2B. The only reason why the TTC board would pull such a stunt like this is to restrict the number of possible speakers, us the noisy cattle they have to listen to monthly at the TTC board, by going about it in a roundabout way. Take notice of the maxim of law, dolus circuitu non purgator. Fraud is not purged by circuity. So Mayor Tory, either you were serious about this, reaffirming your strong support for freedom of expression like you did at City Council recently, or it's similar to something Premier Ford recently had to say about you last year. He talks a good game, says one thing behind closed doors, and then says something like totally different in front of the cameras. So you need to shake the tree, I guess, at the TTC board, and tell them that they are violating freedom of expression with those bylaws. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Tory. And I came here today expecting to see your Raptors jacket. And it's not on. There's always next time.
It reports that maybe the person who set the temperature in here left for the day. I actually was sending him text asking him to turn the temperature down 5 degrees every half hour so we'd finish by supper time. It's now minus 27. We have to deal with this last item just to receive. I think it's. Let me just have a look here. There we are. It's to approve the proposed amendments to the bylaw of the TTC as sent, board meeting proceedings as sent to us by the TTC board. So all those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you all very much. Meeting is adjourned. Motion to adjourn, yes, thank you. Moved by Councillor. Loud clapping was heard from Derek Moran.